Good evening, everybody. I am obviously quite late in starting. I know that's a usual thing for Fridays, but I'm trying to rein that in. Overall, a good week, busy week, but busy week. The I'd say the net have been positives, and I'm still trying to catch up on a few things, but I have a path forward, and indeed the catching up to things is one of the big reasons why I want to start being a little bit more disciplined in terms of starting streams, but also finishing streams. But one of the things that I've been doing lately is one is just really trying to rein in things like when I go to sleep and such, and I feel like I'm trying to think of the right way to put this, but um, generally I'm on an okay track for that. I try and give myself like an hour of wind down now, and honestly that has translated just into a buffer for me not actually being disciplined in terms of the time that I finish. But it's I can see the problems, but I can also see sort of the contours of a solution. And the big thing here is just making sure that the time that I am awake is spent well. I do tend to work a bit better in the evenings, and that can translate. I can remember when I'm really feeling on a roll with an article and stuff like that. I will easily work through the night. But the drawback is if you have a day job and you try and power through the day, you wind up feeling just terrible. And especially if you are honest about it and you consider your cognitive abilities, your ability to perform, that does not recover after just a good night's sleep, right? You have the illusion that it does, but I think the studies have been pretty conclusive as to just how much you lose with relatively little in terms of losses of sleep. So I'm trying to keep on top of that, and mostly I'm just trying to get to a point where I'm not translating those those late nights into, like, basically I can wind up on a treadmill. So the later I stay up, then the later I wake up, and then all of a sudden I've sort of shifted, and then a hard deadline at work or something like that forces me to less sleep, and then the cycle sort of renews. So my hope here is that even though it's the weekend, if I can maybe get a little bit of an earlier start over the weekend, I want to see if I can translate that into some of the side projects just getting finished. And that'll tie to some other things that are happening later on, but now is not the time to discuss those. Let's get into Book of Hours. I also want to double check that there isn't an update or something like that for me to... Holy hell. Oh! I think the Book of Hours... Well... I think there'd be a big announcement about them. Just give me a second here. Sorry, there's a fight going on outside my apartment. I just want to see. Okay, seems to have calmed down. Okay, I noticed something, but I'm going to shut up about it. um, um, but I have a feeling. I have a feeling about where some of the advent calendar might be going. And I almost said something I probably shouldn't have. So, okay, sorry about that. I don't mean to be mysterious. The worst thing you can do when you have a secret is like, "Ooh, I have a secret. Everybody pay attention to me." No, I noticed something that is. I'm not going to say I didn't see anything, right? I saw something which might be related to the Advent calendar, but I cannot connect it with something announced, and so I am probably overthinking this. But on the chance that there is something else going on here, I would much rather people be surprised at the times that Weather Factory want people to be surprised, rather than, me, just happening to catch something out of the corner of my eye. All right, so let me just take a quick second here to check a few things on the Daymare update. I think these are all the same. As before. So Christmas decorations and advent calendar in the period 1st to 31st of December during an in-game winter. You can turn this off in settings. You can now order some goods through the post. Label bookshelves, timers for work shelves. Yes, these are all as they should be. So let's jump back into our main playthrough. Now, there's a couple of things here. Commit skills to the tree to get more soul cards and also to develop your understanding of the world and the histories. I will confess that some of my... So, with my... I've got my tablet charging right now, and a couple of my notepads are in an inconvenient place, so my notes are not quite as organized as I would like them to be. Hang on a minute. Okay, no, it was the 4th that we last did this. It's weird to me that we're in winter again. Oh, we're not in winter. Why does it say winter? There we go. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. I have no idea where I was today. I think I was probably reading a book. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay, I remember. So I was going to see if the second half of the day I could crank out another pyroglyphics, and that is because we read a book that gave me pyroglyphics that I don't remember offhand. We are taking it up to level 5, so I'm going to need 5 memories, one of which we are going to get in 30 seconds. Pyroglyphics gives me Lantern and Forge, so I can't use the Gale, unless of course I use that as an input to one of the skills, and in fact I probably can, so let's maybe start there. So if we take the Arab and the Snow Stories. Now I've messed this one up before. We want the Bittersweet Certainty. Okay, moving on. I would like and at this point we can start... Oh, that's right. This is the library that's organized by the subjects that they should have. All right. Well, now I am going to consult the spreadsheet. I really love this soundtrack. Okay, so we can get Foresight from, and I'm going to just take the first of the list that I see here, because it would be kind of interesting for me to see if I can figure out in terms of this, the arrangement of the library that I have, am I actually able to make sense of this in a way that, that I can find books somewhat quickly. I have a Descent of the Shell. Now that strikes me as something that would be related to the Carapace Cross, which doesn't have its own section, so it would either be in sort of this area here, or it would potentially go up in the higher level Or it's possibly one of those books that I don't actually have a copy of yet, but... Okay. I also forget which of these books I stopped reading on, but I am not going to complain about having a few more... I'm not going to complain about having a few more kicks at understanding some of the contents of these books. I find it hard to believe that these are... Yeah, okay, so I'm willing to make a guess here then that this is not a text that I actually have in my possession. I don't see it being a Cosley or Husher book. Definitely not a DeWolf book. And then my only other overflow is sort of 4 inks. So we'll move on. Now again, I've got Bancroft Diaries. That's an easy way to get Forge, but I would like to have some variety, so... Oh, it is actually Bancroft Diaries that's next on the list, so never mind. So here we go. Now, I could use... I actually think it would not be a bad idea for me to use the Newman in this case, because I don't have a whole lot of use for the Merciless Alteration. Remember, we were originally taking a look at some of the things that I could... like some of the histories that I could commit, and the Merciless Alteration doesn't actually have that much room, at least in terms of my current configuration. That'll change once I start committing a few elements of the soul, and I get... my, oh, I forgot to bring my pen over. I'll deal with that when I have some notes. But yeah, actually, it looks like I wasn't able to do anything with the Merciless Alteration. Does that make sense? Yeah, Forge isn't in there. This is the first time we've seen Edge, and the best I've got for Edge is an Arab. I'm actually a little surprised about Grail, so let me take a minute to reflect on... Okay, so Sun's weaknesses. I wasn't able to find Grail. Let me think about why I wasn't able to find... I wasn't able to find Grail because I did not have the appropriate level for the book. Right. Okay, cool. So yes, the Merciless Alteration, as interesting as that is, I don't feel is useful to hang on to right now, and I have got a use for it. In fact, one of the funny things is I did renew that element of the soul thinking that I would need it to level up Pyroglyphics. When using the Merciless Alteration, I actually have enough to move on. Anyways, neither here nor there. Pattern. So, advice on containment. So that's a Thirza Blake book, if I recall correctly. Wrong area. This is something I really do like about the game. Like, you have these figures, and you can remember some of their books just because, like, Thirza Blake is a very memorable character. So this is funny, like, Natalia Brulot is a very interesting character in her own right, and is mentioned multiple times. So we've got Natalia Brulot, her statue or bust. I believe she's mentioned in this one, yeah, the Dueling Hall, and I also believe she is mentioned in the gallery here, the Night Gallery. And yet, for some reason, I do not think of her... And the funny thing is, this doesn't even have anything to do with the very distinct bust. It is actually usually more through how Thirza Blake is described in the various books. But it's kind of interesting. Like, there are definitely characters that I remember a little bit more distinctively. So, for instance, among the DeWolves, I think Henrik DeWolf just kind of as the head, the start. There's some memory. There is something interesting. I believe it's Thomas DeWolf, yeah. So, who's named after Hush House, and I think probably this one I associate more with the telescope. So that one I find a little bit more memorable because the Great Comet and its association with fire, and of course fire being associated with the red flower, I think was an interesting touch. Very hard not to pay attention to Ava DeWolf, and of course Valentine DeWolf is something of a tragic figure. Well, not that Ava isn't a tragic figure, but he is also someone who it's very hard not to not to keep in the eye. Now Gideon I remember as the Cutter. But I don't know, like Walter and Musgrave, it's a little bit harder to, it's a little bit harder for me to say, well, here's the really distinctive feature. Like this is why I find them one of the most memorable DeWolf. So I kind of pair off Ava and Valentine. And there is something about Thomas DeWolf. Like whenever I think of the DeWolf statues or bust, I always actually remember the Thomas DeWolf one, and of course he is, named after Hush House is sort of named after him, so I think it makes sense. I also remember Kitty Mazarine mostly because of the statue in the music room, and I think there's always these elements of music that draw my attention. But honestly, the librarians that I remember the most are Ambrose Westcott, and I think probably the reason for that is that may be one of the first bits of writing we ever saw for Book of Hours, the description of the Westcott room. By God, sir, we shall have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734-1797. Solomon Husher is also a very difficult figure to forget, both I think because of the rooms, but we've also got Solomon's Preparation, and I am still trying to figure out what's special about January 1838, but also just the bust is weird. We do have other weird busts as we go by. William Harry's I actually am remembering more so because of his he's easy to overlook, and that is the reason why I overlook. But when you look, he actually does come up quite a bit. I think probably one of the reasons I keep remembering William Harry's is because I found him up in the solar areas. I always thought that he would be, you kind of put him with these other ones. Incidentally, there's something I was always meaning to find about, because I was looking over some of the patch notes. So I noticed that it'll take the cooperative. There's a mention in the patch notes of saying, or was it a patch note, or was it something that, it might have been a comment, but there's something about the 13th slot that people don't seem to be using yet. So this is one of them, right? True successor of Hush House. Now this is interesting. You can't have my successor will not be the peeping chick or orphan chick. I do wonder though. I'll have to think about this one. I do tend to find that, I think in secret histories in general, if I'm completely honest, but I don't know, maybe this is a problem-solving thing, but the more I try to sort of attack a problem head on, right? If you try to just think your way through the problem, it's not quite as good as if you spend some time, marinating on it, or maybe marinating your brain. You can't really marinate on something, but if you spend some time with the problem, that's not necessarily the same as trying to batter it down with the RAM of your intellect or whatever, but just spending some time with it. And then there's actually this nice description, I can't remember the mathematician's name, but he sort of talks about trying to crack a nut. How you doing, Digi Inferno? Where you can try and use a nutcracker. You can try and like just break it open. But what you can also do is you can sort of take a nut and you can bury it in the snow, and then when you return, you'll just find that they've already sort of opened on their own, and that sometimes just is a more satisfying way to solve. It's also, again, I realize every time there's a saying about some papers that or maybe it was this. Now that I think of it, this could actually be advice that was given to Stephen Hawking for A Brief History of Time, now that I think of it. But there's kind of this idea that you have your sales for every equation that you include. So I realize every time I talk about mathematics, I immediately turn people off. And I gotta tell you, right, mathematics, if you are into the occult, if you like this sort of stuff, absolutely you should be into math, right? And this isn't even like a Pythagorean thing, because I sort of realized that what we associate with the Pythagorean theorem and the Pythagorean kind of cult, those are different things. This kind of relates to the split between the acousmatikoi and the mathematikoi. But like John Dee was a mathematician in addition to being, a wizard. Or maybe that's the wrong term. But like John Dee is absolutely a guy who is into math for its own. Newton, for crying out loud, the alchemist, right? There is, and I have a feeling that probably this has to do with mathematical Platonism, that it has been very difficult for a lot of mathematicians to extract themselves from Plato, from this type of Platonic thinking. And there are also strains of Platonic thinking which of course lead to Neoplatonism, Plotinus. People will also see some comparisons with the Neoplatonists and Neo-Pythagoreans. And again, like, don't get me wrong, there is some of this stuff which is just kind of, it's like an RPG version of, I had a really good example in my head and then it vanished. So like there was a trend in postmodern writing for a while. I'm thinking particularly in philosophy, where it was very fashionable to fill certain documents full of scientific jargon by authors who clearly had no understanding whatsoever about what these things were. And I am absolutely not retreading this horrible road of like, postmodernism is the decline of Western civilization, and if only we could go back to 1950s values. Like that is a totally separate conversation. But I think it is fair to say, as somebody who does actually value, the benefits that we get from this type of scientific thinking, you do, where you can, you want to be as absolutely clear as you can on these things. And certainly when you are reading a certain type of philosopher, the effort here is definitely not clarity. The effort here is to sort of, proof by intimidation, basically. And there is, I know Sokol was one of the authors, but I think they called it the Sokol Affair. There's another one. There's a, was it called like Fashionable Nonsense or something like that? So that's a pretty critical book of a lot of postmodern thinkers. But I mean, there are some really funny examples of some of the stuff that people are writing on this. So, with that in mind, right, like, because I kind of like to have a laugh at this sort of stuff, absolutely there is a strain of mathematical thinking which, has no relation whatsoever to mathematics, and it's a bunch of woo-woo, which sounds kind of cool, but you don't walk away feeling very fulfilled after it. But there is, I feel, a place somewhere in the middle where if you happen to be interested in sort of more esoteric subjects, and you're sort of interested in some of these historical figures, there are people who are very serious about mathematics and who are very serious about the occult and sort of related topics. And they did not see the kind of split that we necessarily would between those two subjects. And ultimately, their interests in both of those subjects were trying to gain a greater understanding of the world beyond. So, I mean, again, probably when you were sitting down trying to figure out the length of the hypotenuse, you did not necessarily think that you are trying to peer into the very essence of the, of the makeup of the world. And yet, that is absolutely what a number of people have thought that they were doing. The idea, even simple ideas like the idea that there is no such thing as a perfect line as sort of described by Euclid in the real world, that it is an abstraction. But then the question is, well, what are you referring to when you have such abstractions, and so on and so forth. So I am really not equipped to talk about this sort of stuff, but it is just one of these things where I wanted to highlight. Like I said, every time I make a reference to mathematics, I feel like I lose half of my potential viewership. But there is, I do feel that there is something to be taken from that, and I do feel that people who like this sort of stuff can actually get a tremendous amount of satisfaction from it, so long as you just realize that it is a little bit more than just grinding out equations, because I do feel that is a lot that people are, I feel like there's a lot of emphasis that's put on that, and unfortunately it turns people off from a very exciting and fulfilling way of looking at the world. And it's one of the reasons why I like talking about it in Book of Hours and Cultist Simulator, because in the end, if you can give a bit of excitement, if you can add a bit of mystery to it. Again, I'm not gonna try and say it's like, hey kids, you into Pythagoreanism? The first rule of Math Club is you don't talk about Math Club. No, there is a. There is a work part of this too, right? You don't want to sell people, you don't want to sell people something that it isn't, because that's just going to upset them later. But I do think that there are ways to make math cool, and if you are a particular type of nerd who likes spells and wizards, you want to be Gandalf, then you can find out there were a couple of real world Gandalfs who did not necessarily see themselves as divided between arty people and mathy people, that these were in fact the very same thing. And I don't think that is a novel insight on my part at all. It just took me a lot longer to say it. All right. So I believe I got the pattern from Advice on Containment. So, regret, the Barrow Child's Elegies, and that should be near the Ordo Lamea section. Am I wrong about this? Huh. Wouldn't have put that under the... Or maybe I just don't have it. Shucks. I really thought I had that. Okay. Kiona Rabidos, I know where that is. That's in the plays part. Okay, let me just double check. So we've got 1 already, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a Faust, so this is a free one to work with. Or I'll just earn some money. I may actually earn the money. Nah, we've got enough. If memory serves, we read the Snug Chair. The rest of these were already taken care of. So the Gullscry Logia, when Baron Valentine's Melancholia and his Acusis became too much to bear, he began to take his meals here, and with none of those sounds that he found troubling, only the wind, the sea, and the cries of his beloved birds. After the dwarfs were gone, the librarians of the Curia would come here when they needed to think in peace. And actually, I remember now that I read Chak because we already read this description before, but I'm going to check Chak, Departure, the magnificent green cockatoo, the soft blue sofa. I think all of these will get consumed. The painter's stool. There's actually quite a bit for us to examine in Valentine's room, so let's carry on. I'll admit, I very much enjoy Cobalt Core, but I was definitely not feeling... So there's some days when I stream, and I don't want to sound... I don't want this to sound overly negative, but there are definitely some days where I don't feel 100% for streaming, and I will do it. And I try not to let that carry into the broadcast. But one thing I've also noticed about Book of Hours is I get very excited to do it. I really do like exploring this game, and it's funny because when I think of it right, I'm actually in a state of stasis specifically because I've imposed some of these restrictions that are purely voluntary on myself. So I know I'm only going to get one book a season. I know I'm going to be stuck rereading certain books to be able to get a greater understanding of the world. And I'm not that bothered by it. Because there is still so much for me to explore, it's actually not a hardship. I am sometimes a bit worried that people might not be ready to follow me to the logical end of this, that perhaps this is a little self-indulgent and that I should worry about moving on with the playthrough. But it has been fun, particularly just because we are able to see all of the different visitors, we're able to satisfy their needs, we're able to sort of make some inferences about maybe how things would have turned out when we finish, because of course you never do get to hear what's happened with the in the outside world. They'll get the information that they need from you, but none of these people feel a need to send you a postcard from the Forgotten Mithraeum, where they broke up the cult or joined the cult or learned of some terrible heresy or something. So all that you're left with is what the information that you gave to the visitors and what they seem interested in doing with it. So it's kind of nice just to be able to see the last little details of these things. I know there are different feelings on it. It's kind of interesting. There are some things... I think one thing I find interesting about this game is that there are decisions that Weather Factory, for lack of a better term, is caved on. And these are purely along the lines of maximizing people's enjoyment of the game. When I say cave, I say that with tongue firmly in cheek, because I have no intention whatsoever of becoming sort of a Book of Hours elitist. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So examples of this would be people's ability to reload certain saves, and to get all the different endings and such. And I... to a certain extent, I actually really liked the original conception of the game, although, again, I completely understand why they changed that. But I do know is that some people really don't like the fact that, quote-unquote, or quote-unquote is usually if it's just one word, but sort of this idea that the visitors don't mean anything. And it's like, no, it's actually... it's a very nice and interesting part of the game. But... this idea that there is... Now, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I was wondering a little bit as to whether or not... I was under the impression for a while that perhaps what decisions you made over the course of... what affairs you decided to intervene in, I sort of wondered if maybe they would affect the endings, right? Because again, with so many different endings... you never really know what might happen. That doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, the thing that's kind of nice, though, is that until you get to the end, you don't know. And so I am slightly resentful that this was confirmed rather than just, letting the mystery stay. But again, the visitors, you have the people who stop by. Sometimes you just bring them in for a chat because it's a nice thing to do. And other times, you have something that you want from them. But these are unique visitors. These are people who it's not guaranteed, and sometimes this is the only information you get about the outside world. And I think there is some value in that. It might even be interesting, I don't know if there would be a way to expand this out so you get things that are not directly related to business. Because if you think of, there's this interesting concept, and you can argue that Hush House is comparable to this. So there's an interesting theory about the Oracle of Delphi. So obviously this idea that people are probably, and rightly in my view, willing to say that there was nothing special about the Oracle in the sense that it could not actually predict the future, that the stories that we are hearing are not about a unique period in history in which the gods granted humanity a view into the future or anything like that. But there was this interesting idea that because of its special status and the fact that so many people were coming in to that place, this is a tremendous hub for gathering information. So, of course, first of all, there's the whole idea of the more, like, the nature of the prophecy, right? So, somebody's coming to, on the eve of a great campaign is, what happens when I do this campaign? It's like a great empire will fall, and only upon their defeat do they realize it was in reference to their own empire, right? So there are those kinds of prophecies. But I'm just thinking down to the basic matter of, if you have a place which has a reputation for its either its knowledge or its learning or its ability to give you a prophecy, the priests there were in a fairly unique position to be able to talk to people from all over the world, find out what their concerns were, what was going on, and I have to imagine that had some element to establishing its status as well. And so in this sense here, right, you are the librarian, you are helping people with the knowledge that you have, but because of your special status, you could actually gain a really specific idea of what's going on with the affair of the particular mystique, or whichever you're on, just by virtue of the fact that all of these people are coming to you for their research, and of course, you have an opportunity to talk with them. So, you can imagine how this would be done inside of a game, right? You offer a visitor a tea, and that's, or beverage or a food item, and they wind up giving you some other information about the wider world. The challenge here, of course, is if you do something like that, in the end, as fun as this is to do sort of flavor stuff, this does still sort of have a lot of the structure of Cultist Simulator in it, which is that it is small bits of writing that really do a lot of heavy lifting. And if you think about how you would set something like that up, what really is that doing for sort of the kind of the core of the game? What is that really doing other than giving you more text to read? Do you get special lessons out of that? Do you get memories out of that? I can think of very few cases where the game just gives you exposition, right? Normally any exposition, it doesn't even count it as exposition in that case. Like, everything we've gotten from a book we get with a memory. Even when we're committing things to the Watchman's Tree, or the Tree of Wisdoms, we learn something about the world. We also sort of organize the world to our best understanding, right? We consider which of these factors is sort of more primary. So as fun as it would be to sort of imagine that you have this, learn more about the outside world mechanic, you would want to make sure that, one, you are providing an incentive to actually give up that beverage, but number two, and probably you want to be careful that it's not just a glass of water. It's not just that you're giving up the beverage, but you're getting something in return that's worthwhile, and that you're not just sort of saying, oh, hey, this is a cool idea because I want to learn more about the secret histories. Like, of course everybody wants to learn more about the secret histories, but what is it doing to sort of serve the underlying game? Anyways, I'm free associating. Clearly this is Weather Factory's game, and they're much better at making that game than I am. what I'm trying to say, though, is I am actually very happy with the way that visitors work. I find it a special event. It's maybe a little... I'm not 100% sure how I feel about it being a predictable event, so I know at the beginning of the season somebody's going to stop by. I don't know if it would be better if it was more quote-unquote random. I don't know if it would really enhance anything, but I do like the fact that there is there are visitors that stop by. Okay. Bancroft Diaries. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the Rose Witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790, although we have seen him since. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between Mansa spirits, teaching percussagants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the Rose Witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. The mantra here recorded is a high and exacting magic which can be used to pledge one's spirit to the watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He also had it set to music for a performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. So, this was, I believe, actually the book that we originally learned pyroglyphics out of it, so it's hard not to be happy that we learned from that. Advice on containment. Thiers's Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mansa's things in it. Theirs is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that a conjured spirit should be kept in as luxurious a vessel as possible. Theirs notes the similarities between the lantern-long habit of scrying, returning to the physical world despite their absence of a body by entering a mirror or light, and Pomander's techniques of confining Mansus Long to mirrors. She wonders whether Pomander himself might be lured to visit Hush House if provided a sufficiently alluring scrying. Now, I'm always curious about this, if there is something about getting Pomander, if we could somehow figure, like, if there's something about these mirrors that would allow us to bring in Pomander. It doesn't have any specific aspect of it being a mirror, and yet I really do feel like this is one of these things that, whether or not there's a recipe in the game, it feels like the kind of thing you should be able to do. Keon at Abydos, a play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver, in English, published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. The entity called Keon arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates are barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return but do not speak. For 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty, but in the 9th year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet Keon demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Keon out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. Okay. Let's commit the lessons before I go too much further. It did occur to me there was a bunch of stuff that I wanted to do before the stream, which is one of the reasons why I started late, and it just dawned on me that there was actually one that I forgot to do. So I think what I might do at the 1 hour mark, I might go to refill my water. Basically just take a small break. I can get my pen during that break, but I'll make it a slightly longer one just so that I can get myself sorted out with that thing I forgot. I do need to make sure that I do that before midnight. So I do apologize. I will try not to make it longer than the usual breaks, but just as a heads up, in 15 minutes I might take a bit of a longer break than usual. Now, as for the next few days, at one point I do want to try reading one of these other books. I should probably remember which of these I've already... Oh, yeah, actually, I should maybe just see which of these memories I'm actually capable of recording some information about. What else? So I do want to get another. I do want to get another Newman, seeing as we just used that one up. And then I suppose we move on to Gullscry Tower, and it wouldn't be a bad idea with the magnificent green cockatoo. It will take eggs or remains. Okay, so wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea for me to get another egg and feed the Okay, yep, I have an idea about how the day's gonna go. Also, I should be harvesting at the beehive a lot more than I am. Okay, yes, I actually have a really clear idea now about how I'm going to spend the next few days, and I'm probably wrong to say that I'm in a point of stasis. There's actually a lot that I can do in terms of getting some other things done. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Now, it seems to me like we don't have any major requirements in terms of, like, weather or anything like that. I suppose there's some recipes that I would like to try, but the main driver for recipes has been my my attempts to read certain books. So, let's get a few basics down. So I don't mind spending some time to earn money. So help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I am going to get an egg because I am going to interrogate the cockatoo. Talk with Terence this time. Was this magnificent and indomitable beast named for the rector's indomitable and magnificent housekeeper? Best not to inquire too closely. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. And then I will use my heart to harvest some grapes. Gather in spring, pluck grapes from the vine. And then we will leave an element of the soul for a conversation with the cockatoo. But I don't want to, well, it doesn't really matter which element of the soul. Oh yes, and bees. Bees, like librarians, are not to be trifled with. Gather in spring, honey or beeswax, if I'm careful. So, again, I want to make sure I have at least one element of the soul to work with the cockatoo. In fact, two might make sense. But I do also think it makes sense for me to continue in the library, and I am trying to remember, so we definitely did Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. I believe we did do Book of Cinders, but I actually don't recall. So let me just take a quick look. I'll bring up my Word document here. Demotu corporum veditorum is the one that I last wrote down. So I think we will start with the other eye of the serpent and move on. So here's an interesting question. How many objects would I interrogate in this room? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we have enough. We have enough to work with. So let's start with the painter's tool. Or, sorry, painter's tool. Painter's stool. And of course, we'll worry about we'll use the other elements of the soul to investigate other things, but I wanted to do at least a little bit of investigation. So let's read. This is kind of my miscellaneous section anyway, so I don't see quite the same benefit. So one of the reasons why I was doing it this way is so that I can see a bunch of works combined together. And right now, there isn't quite the same connection to be drawn as there will be in other sections. So in this case, it's okay. It's a little bit more okay for me to be chipping away at individual texts rather than big groups. With that in mind, though, being able to read more books in one go is better than the alternative. Okay, we're probably not going to make anything of the sunny day. Actually, one of the things that I can do with my next element of the soul is pick a Newman to bring in. Okay. Painter's stool, a comfortable enough perch. Someone has doggedly cleaned bird droppings and paint from this, not once but many times. The fabric is splotched and discolored. The varnish of the wood is streaked like rain. The soft blue sofa. Man, that room looks so empty without it. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So, as always, we recover some of our elements of the soul, and now it suggests a meal would be welcome. We'll have that for you in a little bit, Terrence. Actually, I guess we can use that right now because I did get some grapes. Cluck, cluck! Satisfy this resentful Terrence. Satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. On the the other eye of the serpent I would take long daily walks if I be that librarian. I feel like that's an option. I think the gardening is probably the... I think the walks are implied every time you go across the bridge, but I also sort of feel like the gardening is sort of the equivalent of the constitutional. How you doing, Quingold? Signifer considers... let me read the main text. The other eye of the serpent, in which the heresiarch Signifer attempts to resolve certain mysteries of lightning. Signifer considers lightning to be the division, the connection that joins serpent. The serpent's eye is said to be the sun, but as the division and connection, it must have a second eye. Signifer considers and rejects 3 times the hypothesis that the moon is the serpent's other eye, insisting that it and the sun do not share a nature. This, as much as the serpent business, is what got him burnt by the church. He proposes that the serpent's teeth are towers, that the serpent's mouth is a gate, that the serpent is the devourer of Ys, and therefore that the serpent's other eye is amber. It is, I don't know if you were here when we talked about this before, did you, Inferno? But this is actually based off of, there are inspirations for this location. So there is Mont Saint-Michel and then St. Michael's Mount. It was sort of the comparable location. You're right, actually, a 3D walkthrough of Hush House would be quite interesting. But yeah, like when you see them, you can actually really see the connections, right? So there's the village sort of below, there's the long walk to the bridge. I suppose one thing that might be a little bit difficult just because of sort of the particular style of the game, and I would not change that for anything. But it can sometimes be a little tricky to sort of get an idea of scale, right? So, you know, there are the trees, there are the buildings, and so you're not entirely sure how far the Cucurbit Bridge is from the village, and so on and so forth. But, you know, that's please do not mistake me. That is not a complaint about the game. But with this in mind, like when you see the length of the bridges in terms of those locations that served as inspirations, I think the idea here might be that the Cucurbit Bridge is maybe a bit longer than what people might imagine. On the other hand, I cannot see any benefit to there being, like, I know people already complain about this length. I think this is a decent length because it makes you put a bit of effort, like a trip to the village would, but it's not like, oh God, I've now done 3 full, slides to the right. So, yeah, I think this is exactly the length that it needs to be. But again, depending on what your frame of reference is, right, in terms of buildings or trees or wherever you're trying to do these scales. And I mean, by the way, I could be completely wrong on this. It may actually be that this has been considered in terms of scale and that this is intended to have a certain distance. But again, when you take a look at the inspirations, they can sometimes be a bit longer than you might expect. Hit People Guy says, hello, I am here for a tour of the ham bones. Your French is really bad. Mine is probably worse. So I called it the ham update just because of the advent calendar. But I felt I didn't know what update was. So that was my little bit of French education for today. But we're waiting for Christmas. I have a feeling that Christmas tree will leave a ham for me though. Okay, so that was, it was actually kind of funny when he talked about it being the other eye. I always imagined that would be related to the second dawn, but I forgot that it was the amber. So, nobody wants an occult library in the middle of a village. Who knows what demons that pesky librarian might summon? There's no summoning in this one. There's definitely references to the hints that appear in mirrors, but we do not have the ability to summon like in the preceding game. The Book of Cinders, ostensibly an 18th century fireworks manual, but with some exotic ingredient choices and a substantial section on tephromancy, divination from ashes. The text takes as its theme the motto of the Society of the Noble Endeavor, Aliter Properis ignis synerbius, by a fire by its own ashes is nourished, and uses this as a way into discussions of alchemical techniques. A surprisingly casual final section mentions that iotic essence, the root of the great and exultant ink or pimental, can be refined with enough forge from a variety of liquids. So that is another recipe. We're just going to add that here. And then I am going to wind up taking a break. And I must apologize to Quinn Gold and Hit People Guy, who probably got hit with a bunch of ads on their way in. But I did want to take, there's two things about the break. One, I forgot to do one thing before I went live, and I do need to make sure that I get that taken care of. So I'm going to do a little bit of homework. But second of all, I'll take the opportunity to do the usual, like refill my water and things like that. So, and I did say I would do that in the first third. So you did not. Ads are fine. I always have other stuff I'm focused on anyway. Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm never going to say no to money. But I definitely, the plan here is, I do not like the way that Twitch has sort of gamified ads for me, right? I believe that is true, Hit People Guy. So just to give you guys a little bit of an idea about what I see as a content creator, there is an incentive in terms of the ad share. So I think I get 50% of the ads that they show. Obviously, I'm a small broadcast, so it's effectively a rounding error. I actually haven't even measured how much I get from ads. But there is a way for me to boost, for all of my ads, the revenue share, and that is by turning on automatic ads. So, once an hour, once every half hour, or whatever. I think there is a requirement that they have, and I don't like people who turn that on being sort of called out for it, because if I am completely honest, that's about the rate at which you would be seeing ad breaks in television shows, right? In fact, if anything, it is slightly more generous than television shows, because, with television shows, you're going to have, a few if you watch old enough television shows, you can actually see where the ad breaks are just based on the structure of the episode, right? There's usually some kind of a cliffhanger that they keep you around for. Yeah, exactly. Which is getting to the reason why I kind of complain about this stuff. The fact of the matter is, I don't make money. Okay, sorry. I don't make a living doing this. Sorry, I shouldn't say I don't make money doing this. I do make money doing this, and I have a lot of you to thank for that. But I do think that I am lucky enough that I am reasonably secure in my existing job, and we can always use more money, and I'm sort of rebuilding my savings after school and all of that. I paid off the debts, which is good. I'm in a good place as far as that's concerned, better than what somebody who would be a primary content creator, and as a result, I don't want to take my hobby status and my personal financial circumstances to say who and who isn't allowed to put ads on their channels. But the one thing I'm personally uncomfortable with is that I can go on at pretty significant lengths on a topic, and there's no good way of handling ads partway through, on a regular basis. Do I just say, okay, I'm going to stop talking for a bit, ads are coming up? Well, that sucks for the people who have subscribed to me and don't see the ads. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll keep talking. Well, that sucks for the people who are watching and haven't subscribed. And I don't really like that idea of sort of saying you get a penalty for not being subscribed. The fact of the matter is that any automatic ad system does not work for me. What does work for me, though, is especially because I think it's a good idea to take breaks when you're doing long streams anyway, the time that I'm going to be up and away from the broadcast, to be able to turn on ads for that, particularly because people get their option in terms of whether or not they want to stick around and have the commercial thoughts beamed into their heads. It's not like people are missing out on things. And again, it's much like, if you're watching a TV episode, right? The TV show is structured around ad breaks, and as a consequence, you're not missing out on any of the show. So For me, I like that. I like that style. And like I said, I would prefer it if Twitch didn't force the pre-roll ads on me. I'm not crazy about the fact that people come in. So in the end, Twitch is kind of giving me this competition, right? Oh yeah, now I remember what the 22. So I think it's 22 minutes. If you run ads, you get 22 minutes where people don't see ads for a pre-roll. And I like that because especially if people are trying to figure out whether or not this channel is for them, right? Like, why should you be subjected to ads every single time you're just trying to find a cool place on Twitch? So if I can help people, in the selection, right? Because let's face it, I'm not for everyone. If I can minimize that friction, so much the better, right? Let the content creator they're interested in get the credit for the ads. So that was longer than necessary, but just a bit of an idea for those of you who might feel a little off-put by the ads or the fact that I run those when I go away. That's essentially why I do it the way that I do it. So let me write this down. Okay, so again, I'm pretty sure we've already got this. I'm pretty sure we've already done this recipe, but I'm assuming this would be pyroglyphics. So technically that's 2 recipes, but yeah, I'm assuming here pyroglyphics * plus liquids plus forge equals iotic essence, and then presumably pyroglyphics plus iotic essence plus *. We of course know that it would be forge or piment exultant. And then I'll just get a couple of other details. I don't recall if there was an author. There was not. Okay, so I believe that is it for books. Let's get the last little bit of investigation done. All right, the soft blue sulfur gently complements the seas and skies around Brandkrug. Ambrose Westcott ordered the destruction of Valentine's bed for reasons he did not choose to articulate. Much later, Brian Levinson had this sofa installed so he could nap here. Well, now I want to know what happened with Valentine's bed. Okay. So let's do departure and then Chak. Now we have done Chak twice already, but it would be interesting to see what's going on and then actually interact with the beastie itself. So we will consider departure. How am I with the sweet bones? 59 seconds to go. Okay. I am going to follow through on my threat to subject you all to advertising. So there's a few things that I want to do when I get back. One of those is to pick one of these Newman to add to the memory inventory. I would like to read the rest of this, rest of the descriptions in this room. We're very early in the day, so we'll obviously need to restore some elements of the soul to be able to get there, but we'll certainly be able to see everything here, as well as restore the magnificent green cockatoo. And then the day afterwards will be when we, sort of play around with these things. But I'm kind of happy with this setup because we're making decent enough progress in the house while still being able to read a few books. And of course, the truth is we don't have that many more books left to read anyway, so I don't mind sort of slowing down the pace of of reading anyway. But all of that will be dealt with in the next little bit. Please enjoy the ads or whatever you do during the ads. Just a caution, I don't want to like take too long, but this might be a little bit longer than it normally is, just because I am actually doing something that I need to do. Like I need to wrap up before midnight. It's very early, by those standards, but I'd rather not get caught either having to rush the end of the stream or otherwise, I don't know, like I can see a lot of reasons why I want to get through this now rather than just hoping that I remember at the end of the stream. So yeah, that's kind of the reason for the extended time. But I'll try. I'm not gonna make it like 20 minutes or anything like that. It just might be a little bit longer than you're expecting. And I hope you're still around. Okay, I'm gonna shut up and actually get it done. I'll see you all in a bit. Okay, you know how I said I didn't want to turn that into like a 20-minute run? Sorry, that took longer than expected. I actually didn't. Oh crap. Okay, I do need to get a glass of water. But I'm back and we'll be ready in just a little bit. So I need like one more second. Oh, hello, Beepo. I'll catch up with everything in chat. I'll catch up with everything in chat. I quite literally cut my viewership in half with that break, and I do apologize, but I did need to get that done. I do need another minute though, because in my rush back, I forgot to. I forgot to. You had time to do the. Okay, I'm glad you all found something productive to do. But I did forget to get my pen, which was one of the things I wanted to do. So I'm going to be back momentarily. I apologize. It will not be that long. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick minute to catch up on chat. And okay, so Digi Inferno said the ads are the reason They no longer watch TV. I completely understand that. Like I said, the interruptions for live stuff is always a bit of a challenge. Although I certainly agree with Quinn Gold's statement that good streamers should make some money from their efforts. I mean, in fairness, I also think bad streamers should make money off of their efforts. Just clearly, I would like to see people rewarded commensurate to their abilities. So, bad streamers are putting the effort in. If people are watching them, of course, they should be granted the same that good streamers do. Just the hope is that the good streamers are rewarded equal to their talent and their effort. Of course, that never works out in the real world, and that's just one of these things we learn to deal with. All right, we've got Hit People Guy coming into a chat. Yeah, sorry, we read that. Vanguard. So, actually, it looks like I just missed Vanguard before. So, hello, learned people. I am trying to write a description of a game, and I'm trying to figure out how to describe the fact that you have a lot of choice in how you build up and manage a city. Are there any here who can assist you in finding the right words? There are actually quite a few literary minds inside of the chat. I'm really bad at coming up with this stuff right away, but I do know I helped you a little bit with your copy before, so if you are still looking, but oh yeah, sorry, Quingal, I should also clarify, I'm not like trying to disagree with you on that. I just figured, to riff off of what you were saying as opposed to quote unquote correct it. It just occurred to me I probably said that in a needlessly confrontational way, which was certainly not the intention behind what I was saying. But tell you what, Vanguard, if you're not able to get what you need from chat right now, and I do encourage all of you, Vanguard Master's been a longtime viewer of the channel, and in fact has stayed with the channel despite a pretty drastic change of format. But he does have a game coming out in a few days, it looks like. And I know one of the big things about his release is that he is looking to essentially finance the rest of the development of the game through the early access period. So I do know that anybody who does help him get the get the copy in as good of a shape as it can be, that is something that is going to help just in terms of sort of bringing another game into the world. So I know a lot of you are quite talented with the words. So I definitely want as many of you to help as feels up to the task. All right. I'm pretty sure Steam wouldn't flag you for sort of common turns of phrase, but I can see why you would probably want to use different terms anyway. Several diverse ways to customize and build each city. Beepo, thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoy your lurk. And thank you everybody for your reassurance in terms of in terms of the break and such. Again, I do apologize. That was not intentional, but I wanted to just wanted to get that done, and took longer than I was expecting. So I will not dwell on it too much longer. And you're hitting publish on Monday. It will also only be $30 while it's in early access, to say thank you to those who help you before it's fully finished. Excellent. If you want to put a link inside of the chat, feel free to do so. I'm sure you, I mean, again, I know you're not going to be feeding anybody off of, off of my audience, but anybody who is interested can take a look, and anybody who maybe knows somebody who would be interested can share that along as well. Yeah, for those of you wondering what we're talking about, that is Vanguard Masters' upcoming game, Warbringers of Angrul, and it's actually had an interesting journey. I remember he had some interest from a publisher from it, ultimately decided to kind of go on his own. I don't know if you want me to talk too much about that. I figured saying at some point, I think you talked with Outworld about the publisher side of things. So, but with that in mind, right, those kinds of choices have consequences, and one of those consequences can be if you have a much more ambitious view, or kind of if you have a much more ambitious idea in terms of what the game would be, and then ultimately you're self-financing, that can sometimes mean drawing back. And so it's been sort of interesting to see what Vanguard's sort of original vision was, how it's been scoped down, but seems to be retaining a lot of the qualities that were probably the biggest point of interest for him. Again, obviously the idea in your head is always going to be better than the implementation, but it's kind of just been interesting to see how you have dealt with some of the curves that you've gotten. I was delighted to hear that you had publisher interest, but I was also a little surprised that you went out on your own, but that's also because I'm probably a bit more risk averse than most. So anyway, good luck. I am looking forward to news of your release, and I'm also looking forward to trying your game. I did really want to do that before release, and I know the window on which I can do that is closing, so. Yeah. Again, I figured I'd leave it to you to talk about the details, but there definitely is still time. I have actually have another thing that I need to play as well, specifically tomorrow, but I am still. The thing is, I just kind of wanted to help you with the bug reporting, right? No, Veg. Definitely keep your audience happy, because I believe you have guaranteed I am like the one person who's not going to be financing this game through a purchase. So. Yeah, it's getting cold here in the east too, Vanguard Master. My heart is still in the west, but I think I got down to -14 today. Anyways, let's carry on with our journey in Hush House and see if we can get to our own winter season so that the stream title can actually make sense. Trento, the Deep Door, who is 4 times winged for this Game Effectra kind, the Glader Fog kind, the Threetage kind for the kind within. Alright, Beeswax. I'm actually happy with that. And Pluck the Grapes from the Vine. So that's just a replacement to what we had before. You gotta lurk a bit anyway, you have to start distributing some keys to people, you'll drop by later, have a good stream. No problem at all, Vanguard. And again, good luck with your outreach. I'm really, really happy that you were able to get in touch with the person we talked about before. I definitely... I mean, I have the impression that they'll like it anyway, but sometimes, like, getting that attention is a big deal. I don't know if you saw that Mike Rose thread or not, but... needless to say, I think some of the criticism of it was justified, but there is also a reality that's being talked about there in terms of how hard it can be to reach out with other people. So I'm glad that you've got some attention, and I am looking forward to hearing of your success. Okay, let's take stock. So I've got a Fost kicking around. I'm trying to remember what... Yes, okay, so I wanted to check the paintings first, then we're going to interact with the cockatoo, then we're going to feed it, and then anything left over is probably going to be spent on a Newman, and then remaining books. Departure. Here Valentine has painted gulls migrating across a darkening sea. Each winter, the black-backed gulls would leave Brandkrug for warmer climes. Valentine would command a candlelit dinner on the beach in their honor, with dancing and drumming, though he would never attend, only watch approvingly from the Gullscry Tower. You know, I realize that Valentine is not exactly known for being the most stable. I actually really like the image of that. And I think maybe this might communicate some rather... upsetting things about myself, but I actually I'm with Valentine on this one. Okay, Yeah, we're just gonna, we'll let nature take its course. I'll do that for the Canada geese, though. And for those of you curious, Canada geese are not the same as the gulls, right? So the pet gull is a moon and sky. Canada geese are more like 10 edge to sky. A full belly makes a helpful friend. Terence the chicken was this magnificent and indomitable beast named for the rector's indomitable and magnificent housekeeper. Best not to inquire too closely. Chuck, Valentine de Wolf's magnificent green cockatoo. The painting is signed by Valentine himself. Valentine, who had an interest in the religions of the New World, named his bird for the Mayan god of rain and thunder. Queen Gold says, question when you have a minute or two to answer. I've evolved some of your elements of the soul somewhat witlessly, just as opportunity presented. Is it possible I've done something to prevent being able to evolve other elements because no other workstations will work for them, or is the house more inclusive as you open more rooms? Just wanting a feel for this. So I'm going to give you one of these annoying wishy-washy answers simply because, and I'll be clear in terms of where the wishy-washiness comes from. Because there are so many combinations of elements of the soul and workstations, I am not sure if there is kind of an ideal path through it. I am inclined to think that there is not, but I do appreciate the challenge that you are talking about, and I actually think that the game was changed to accommodate that. So without getting too specific on it, I will just draw your attention to, let's say, my Ascendant Harmony, because that's a higher, that's not like a top level, but it's still a, you know, it's a bit of a rarity that you're going to find through other means on your own. Obviously, I don't think you've seen how I made this. Oh, actually, this is the bad example because it doesn't have this feature. Okay, I'm going to go for the Earthquake name. But you will notice that the Earthquake name has the evolution signs as well. That was not how the game originally worked. So my suspicion is, you probably also didn't, the first time I found an Earthquake name, I did not know how to craft an Earthquake name. So I feel like this is probably consistent. I was reluctant to do, there is another one in here which is actually quite easy to find. But what you will notice is that there are certain things that you can craft and sometimes even just find in the house. And they will have the evolution aspects as well. That is a probably more expedient way if you feel like your elements of the soul are starting to sort of outpace your ability to raise them. Keep in mind, of course, that it is not necessary to raise them, but it is helpful, certainly. But what you are very likely going to find is as you go through the house, you're going to have what you need. But yeah, again, the wishy-washy part is just simply because there are so many possible combinations. I can definitely show you all of the workstations, but I know that's not what you're looking for. So with that in mind, I can definitely say that you will have. I think you'd said that you hadn't made it to the prison yet, so if I use that as a guideline, I suspect you are going to see a fair number of additional workstations. Yeah, I mean, let me put it to you this way, Queen Gold. I think you understand this already. If you want me to give a straight answer, in terms of saying this is how you do it, and these are all of the different stations in which you do, I am very happy to do that. But my impression that I've gotten is that you do actually like the mystery, and it's a little more of sort of like those existence and uniqueness kind of questions that we do in math, where it's like, is this a possible thing to do, as opposed to how do I do it? And that has always been the way in which I want to try and answer these. Especially too, right? Because I can't unring the bell once I've said, you know, like that person who kind of came in at the end of that stream. It's like, oh, you were close to getting that mystery. Well, the thing is, I didn't even know if there was a mystery there in the first place. And so now I've had, I've had the opportunity to discover something very interesting now be turned into this very twitchy kind of, oh, now I need to figure out what the skill is, as opposed to it being something that I sort of find very naturally. So yeah. So I think we're on the same page here, and yeah. So you're safe. And the other reassurance that I can give you is, even if you exhausted all of your possibilities with what I've already shared with you, and let's even say that you got stuck in the house for other reasons, it's not going to prevent you from being able to progress. It might mean that you need to think in a different way about a couple of problems, but you're not going to be inconvenienced to a point where, I can't remember if you've played the priest or not, but the priest actually has a really, really narrow set of conditions under which you can get certain things done. It's not a priest level challenge, let me say. Okay. But if I talk more, I'm probably going to give away too much. So I think you've got what you wanted. Definitely let me know if you want more, and because I think I will keep talking if you let me. But I'm glad you found that helpful. And as always, and this goes for anyone, right? I love that Quinn Gold is willing to ask these kinds of questions, but particularly because I'm really just enjoying the contents of a lot of books right now. I do like being able to answer questions about the game, precisely because I understand that everybody's at a different point with this game, and right now I kind of make it look like this game is about sitting and waiting a lot, which it isn't. I'm just focusing on a different set of explorations. All right, Tubbins will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. So, let's have a chat with the cockatoo. Magnificent green cockatoo. On numerous occasions, this wonderful bird has remained almost entirely inaudible. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. Now, I don't believe I've actually gotten the memory from this, so this is going to be educational in a couple of ways. So this will be used to restore the cockatoo. This will be used to get a Newman. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Hungry green cockatoo. And it gets... I like that the cockatoo gives gossip, actually. That is a really nice touch. So I'm just updating my spreadsheet. Oh, it can't be an egg. All right, well, let's spare one, I guess. Satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. I gotta pay a little closer attention to the symbols. So it looks like I've actually got quite a surplus of hen's eggs. But that's fine. It's not It's not like I don't have a use for them. That is also the last item that we were examining. So we've got the Gullscry Tower, Valentine's room. In his youth, Baron Valentine inclined to religion, and he made pilgrimages to holy sites on the continent. After he made his final pilgrimage to Fermier Abbey, the dreams began, of blood seeping from the earth, of a vast and pulsing wheel crushing the temples of men, and, which troubled him most, of twisted birds shrieking in pain, growing like fruit in the branches of an ancient yew. That last one I kind of want to parse a little bit more, but I need to, I don't know, I need to think a bit more about it. I am really worried about the pulsing wheel crushing the temples of men. That strikes me as like the gods from stone coming back. That will not do. Okay, we're not going to earn any money. We're not going to try and restore anything at the Sweet Bones either. I'm just going to pick a Newman. So I'm going to go back to my spreadsheet for that. Okay, so the ones we have explored so far are the Paths of the Sun, the Great Counterfeit, the Sun's Weakness, and Loopholes. And the ones that we have been able to get information on so far have been Lantern Knock and Moth. So the Inescapable Confinement has a knock one, so we know we can do something with that. Final Understanding is Heart, Sky, and Winter, so we don't have any evidence that we could actually pull that off. The Sky in the Scar. Back into balance is Heart, Sky, and Winter, so actually very similar to the Final Understanding. We tried Loopholes already. We also tried the Merciless Alteration. That didn't really do anything for us. The Bells of Ys is Edge, Forge, and Rose. So, given that I don't have the metal, I mean, the Rose may be a possibility. But surely there is another way that I can test the Rose. Already did the Great Counterfeits. Sun's Weaknesses, and Weaving the World is Heart, Moon, and Nectar. So we're actually kind of running out of Newman to try stuff out with. So let's see what the Inescapable Confinement can do for us. It feels a little weird. It's very interesting to see how I react to some of the stuff in this game sometimes. So there is something about this idea. So I was totally fine using Inescapable Confinement in a previous, earlier on in the game. But now that I know there are potentially revised contents, not even potentially, but now that I know that there is another way of looking at the contents of this book, let's say, all of a sudden the idea of the knowledge coming out of this book raises a few questions for me, and it is one of these cases where I sort of feel, am I meddling with the primal forces of nature, Mr. Beale? Now I get to say either none of you are network fans, or, well, for those, if nobody got that reference, which I'm assuming most of you do, there is two references that could be now. It's either a network reference, Network is a fantastic movie if you've not seen it. It has only ever got... So there was like the year that I watched it, and every subsequent year, that movie has only gotten more relevant. So I'm assuming someone who saw it when it came out has only just continued to get more and more depressed and anxious since watching that movie. But what I love is that there is actually a reference to it in Better Call Saul. It's in like one of the first scenes too, and he redoes the scene, and everybody's like, Network, have you not seen it? So you have not seen it. Oh, Quinn Gold, do yourself the favor. I know. Okay, so I say this fully understanding that all of you are thinking probably the same thing. Okay, yeah, I get it. You saw a movie you like, and now it's the best thing ever, and you gotta watch it, right? And I say this because this is how I react to. Like, you know, the fact of the matter is that there is a lot of good television. There are a lot of good movies out there. And, you know, if somebody's into Breaking Bad or what... Breaking Bad is such an old reference now, but, like, if people are into Breaking Bad, like, they don't shut up about it, and they expect you to watch it. So I fully appreciate that I am being that guy right now. But if you have ever seen a moment in a movie where there is a newscaster who's like yelling into the TV, you know, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. And like everybody throws open their windows and starts repeating it too. That is the movie that did that. There's actually also a reference to it in the movie UHF, which is a Weird Al movie that doesn't star Daniel Radcliffe. So it is a somewhat famous scene, although I notice most people are actually not familiar with that scene now. But yeah, it is by Paddy Chayefsky, who is an amazing talent in terms of screenwriting. Actually, probably is also one of the key writers during the golden age of television. Although arguably we're enjoying another golden age of television. And it is the reason why I recommend it so strongly, in addition to the fact that I think it really holds up, and particularly if you want to become a screenwriter, I actually think it's one of the best movies to learn exactly what screenplays can be, because it is a movie that is able to resolve probably like 3 or 4 major plot lines within a 2-hour runtime. I mean, for crying out loud, most movies nowadays can't even handle one plot line in 3 hours. But it is also my secret weapon. So every once in a while, I get a reputation for being like the chooser of good flicks among a group of people. And there are like a couple of movies that I have in my back pocket to preserve that reputation. And so far, Network has always delivered. That there's a moment that I always kind of know, and I get a feel in the room as to whether or not I've landed that ship. And it's always the same moment, and it's always the same reaction. So I'm like, okay, I've got it. So hopefully that enthusiasm has come across. I'm very glad that Quinn Gold's going to check it out. I'm sorry I don't know the streaming services that it's available on. I believe it was an MGM movie. So, but the thing is that it can be an MGM movie, and another studio now has the distribution rights. But if it's MGM, I believe Amazon bought them. So I hope it's available on it. Anyways, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I have a very strong recommendation for Network. As long as I have to assume that if you are watching Book of Hours, you like good writing, and Network really is a masterpiece. And Sidney Lumet was the director, and he definitely... It's sometimes hard to detect good directing. There's a lot of directing that wants to sort of draw a lot of attention to itself, and that's not necessarily always good direction. Sometimes the best direction is the ability to let the actors do their best, and sometimes letting them do their best is knowing how that whole thing is going to be assembled. And I really feel like Sidney Lumet really let the best of that screenplay show. Like he didn't get in the way of making that thing become the best that it could be. But anyways, I don't want to oversell it. So there it is. I hope you all really enjoy it, and if any of you do wind up seeing it, and like it, do let me know. Towards a fundamental aesthetic, or The House of Glass, Julian Cosley considered this his masterwork. Techniques for perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history. The entire run was destroyed. Even the presses were melted and dispersed, but the manuscript edition has survived. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal, but Cosley proposes and describes confinement inescapable, aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disrupting the order of the mantis. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints here and there that he received inspiration or even assistance from the nowhere hour named Snow. Inescapable confinement, everything ultimately comes down to a choice between eternity and history. There's only one place you're safe from both, and it's not a place anyone would want to be. It's a prison that can only exist in certain histories. So I'm going to make a quick effort to see what some of the endings can be out of this. You have all those memories over there, and it's almost morning. Are you planning to use them, or are they just the outcome of doing interesting stuff along the way, and you're not necessarily being strategic on acquiring them? For the most part, yes. This is just a side effect of all of the books that I'm reading. There are a number of these memories, such as the Wind and Waiting, the Ascendant Harmony. I'll use Ascendant Harmony because we looked at that before, but it has the persistent aspect. So persistent memories survive the dawn, but when the season called Numa passes, they will depart with it. Numa comes to Brandkrug in one season out of every 9, but exactly when is never certain, and years may pass without any sign of Numa's mists. So I am trying to preserve some of the persistent memories that I make because they are usually intermediate. Well, I'll say usually. There are a number of things that you craft can often turn out to be an intermediate step towards getting an exalted recipe. And so one of the things that I've been doing is I've slowly been collecting some of the items that I can craft that stick around. For the Newman, there's actually something different that I'm going to do with it, and it's kind of specific to my individual playthrough. But I'm going to do something kind of special with this Newman to see a potential history that it might make. But I'm not going to commit it to the book because right now I'm just exploring. And I discovered that there is actually a way to find out some of the consequences of these things without having to commit it. Otherwise, I would have committed and probably ended the game by now. So there's one specific memory that I wanted, and that was this inescapable confinement. The rest of these I'm keeping around in case I get a hint that I may want to make certain recipes. It is worth mentioning, by the way, that from the Book of Cinders, I believe. Yes, the Book of Cinders, we did get the pyroglyphics for Iotic Essence and possibly pyroglyphics for Orpiment Exultant. I do actually want to take the time to test that recipe, but obviously I wanted to sort out my elements of the soul first. So, let's go to the Sweet Bones. We will use our help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So this is just to set me up to kind of be... I mean, I'm not overly concerned with money, right? But it's kind of nice just to be revenue neutral if I can. It's not like I use all my elements of the soul at once, so I get I get 6 pence. That gives me 3 restored elements of the soul, and it's a nice way of sort of taking up the day. Yearly logical greetings all. Hopefully Friday is treating you well. It is. I actually got some good news a little bit. Well, basically between now and the last stream and today. And I'm going to work my tail off for the next couple of months. But it will all be for a good... It'll all be good to a good end. So I'm happy about that. Although again, it does mean that I'm going to be feeling the strain on my time. And hello to you, C. McLaugh. Yeah, it's just some of you know that I've been sort of having some back and forth in terms of work stuff. So it is looking very likely that I will be moving to a new job, but not in a So I feel like I will be leaving on rather good terms with my current division, which is good. And I will be moving into something which, to a certain extent, creates some nervousness because it is something I have not necessarily done before. But after the conversation, I felt very encouraged that I was in an environment that was interested in me doing my best and offered a lot of opportunities for me to do my best. And in particular, to do the sort of thing I've always found interesting since school, which is to work on the kinds of things that people either don't necessarily think can be analyzed or maybe don't think should be analyzed, but basically to sort of ask interesting questions of sort of tough stuff for which there may not necessarily be like a formula that you can apply. And I do tend to find that those are some of the most interesting projects to work on. So again, it's nice. It's nice that it's not like, setting the building on fire on my way out. There's going to be a little bit of a dance that needs to happen in terms of, making sure that I exit in a way that is, beneficial to me, that isn't too unfair to my employer. I think there's going to be a bit of an effort to maybe hang on to me. But the thing is, if they get too aggressive trying to hang on to me, that just makes me want to go out the door even faster. So thank you very much. Yes, I try not to let nerves like that get in the way of doing the best work that I can. But I think if you're doing something that's meaningful, it's kind of hard not to feel a certain degree of nervousness, just in terms of, you want to do your best. So, but the important thing here is it's essentially having respect. The way I see it is it's having respect for the task. So if you can do that, but still make sure that you are putting your all into it, then you're in a good place. And if you let that nervousness kind of get in the way of performing, then that's when that becomes a negative thing. So anyways, let's start, because I've got all of my elements of the soul except for health now. Actually, that was a mistake, because I probably could have I couldn't have used the earthquake name. But I could have used my health to test the scale part of this. But anyways, let's see what happens with the inescapable confinement and knock, which I believe we should be able to handle. So we'll do that at the vagabond desk. By the way, I didn't go through quote-unquote favorite but memorable librarians. David Green is one who actually kind of sticks out to me too, and not because of his magnificent mustache, but actually more so because of the map room. At the turn of the century, Sir David Green, 8th librarian and former Nocturnal Branch superintendent, had this room refurnished to plan his explorations and to manage the operations of his many agents. So Porphyrion also has the knock aspect, so we certainly have lots of that one. So we will take the inescapable confinement, and probably Edict's Liminal does the trick. Actually, can we get Preliminal Meter? Preliminal Meter is even better. All right. Did I... What? Okay, looks like this might be another loopholes. The gods from stone will be revenged. In this history, a prison will open to attract a certain ancient hour of might, and the old compacts will be sundered. Let the gods from stone take their revenge. So, inescapable confinement. I'm very interested in how knock always seems to be associated with the gods from stone, because that's not something I would have... So there's the horned axe for sure, but I wouldn't have associated it beyond that. I wouldn't necessarily have associated that with with the um, the gods who were stone, or gods from stone. I'm retired from training courseware development, but I'm now an artist. So now your job is inventing stuff out of thin air and imagination. But at least really aren't any consequences if I fail. Well, I don't know. I do enjoy writing quite a bit. So I suppose the analogy that I would draw for myself would be, because I do, like, I care a lot about the creation, and I want to do the best that I can. I mean, I suppose there's always the where, you write bad advice and somebody winds up going and doing something terrible, but you're not responsible for the state of the world. If somebody's gonna blame you for something that you wrote that wasn't intended to do the thing that they wound up doing, like, I'm not entirely sure you can be like nailed to the wall on that. But I don't know. I feel in terms of the consequence, like, if you, I also think in terms of creative endeavor, if you fail, it's usually because you've done something other than what maybe your goal or intention or your best. I'm trying to think of maybe the right way of putting it, but I wouldn't say it's consequence. But you're right. Like, you're not like the chief risk officer at a bank. You're not going to cause a financial crisis, presumably. Maybe you do some kind of NFT that winds up being like the cornerstone of the financial system, and yeah, good point. And yes, of course, it's, it's actually funny. I was listening to some minimalist music. Just there's a different reason for why I was doing that, but I was thinking back. I don't think there's ever been a point where I haven't cared for minimalism, but there are definitely some pieces that ask a bit more of me than others, and it was interesting because I was listening to a playlist, and like, I wasn't skipping over anything. I was trying to think of a situation in which I've also been reading the book Number Go Up, which isn't necessarily directly about NFTs, but it's essentially about that whole speculative bubble. So I was trying to think of a way that I could attract or to manufacture a financial crisis as a result of art. But yes, I know those are the three little numbers that'll cause most self-respecting artists to break out in hives. But yeah, no, it's kind of interesting because it's funny. I did sort of start talking, and obviously the minimalism and postmodernism are two different things, but it's kind of funny how I started talking at the beginning of the stream about some of the abuses of scientific terms from postmodern philosophers, and I could imagine myself talking in similar ways to some avant-garde music. And there's probably a few of those tracks that I listened to today that I might have even sort of said, oh, this is just somebody showing off. Maybe it still is, but I have a much greater appreciation, or deeper appreciation. So like somebody like John Adams is very approachable. I actually think Philip Glass is probably more approachable than he gets credit for too. But the thing is, I became aware of Philip Glass largely through his film work. So originally, for those of you that like experimental or like art films, Koyaanisqatsi is a really interesting one. I still prefer Baraka, but Ron Fricke worked on both, and Koyaanisqatsi's worth checking out, I feel like. Again, just keep in mind it is like a non-narrative film. And I actually did like the trilogy. So there was Poakatsi and Nakoyakatsi. I don't necessarily think the two quite lived up to the original, though. I also feel that about Ron Fricke's films. So there's Samsara, which comes after Baraka. And I don't know, I sort of felt that Samsara was a little bit more aggressive in wanting me to think a certain thing. And one of the things I liked about Baraka was I definitely felt I had some space to draw my own conclusions. But anyways, Philip Glass did the soundtrack for the Kotze trilogy. But I think the first time I heard his music was in the soundtrack for The Hours. No relation to the Secret Histories concept. But yeah, again, it's just one of these cases where you think about who you were at a certain point and the things that you liked. Just to Quinn Gould's point on subjectivity, you think of who you were at a certain point and the things that you liked, and the stuff you like later, maybe after you spent some time studying it, or maybe you come in with more of an open mind, or maybe you've experienced some more, more music. Sometimes it's just a question of finding the thing that you're into, right? So you think your brain is conditioned to want structure in content after so many years of having to develop coarse content that was logically progressive in nature. Avant-garde stuff often makes your eyes glaze over, and you say that being an abstract artist. Well, no, I mean, I know exactly what you're saying. Well, maybe not exactly, but, there is that challenge where, ideally your appreciation of a given work is not going to just be because other people are, are responding to it, right? So, you would like to imagine that there are works that are, obviously when it comes down to the arts, usually what you'll do is you'll put down some sort of a rule, and inevitably the artist is going to turn around and say, okay, well, I'm going to disprove you. And, that's how we get progress. I think my parallel to what you're saying would be, I do like going to museums and galleries, and I will absolutely say that I tend to gravitate. So the National Gallery in Canada, all of the sort of permanent collection, all of the more traditional or older things are on the top floor, and I definitely gravitate towards that, unless maybe it's photography. But generally, in terms of the other visual arts, I will tend to gravitate towards the stuff on the top because it's a little bit more conventional. And this doesn't mean that I don't go and see some of the more modern stuff, or I guess contemporary, because modern art is different. But one of the things that I have struggled to engage with is that there's a lot of art, and this was true back in Vancouver as well, which seems to rely quite heavily on having a note beside the exhibit to explain what it is. And the best way I could put it would be, I can't really think of a lot of times when I've got somebody over my shoulder telling me how to appreciate a thing that I've wound up appreciating it, right? So some people, like the David Lynch Dune, apparently it came with a notebook explaining what all the houses were and things like that. And I mean, there may be other problems with that film as well, but I didn't mind it too much, but I know he doesn't care much for it. So, but yeah, it's just one of these things where, like, you can imagine what Stanley Kubrick says about 2001: A Space Odyssey, because people are always asking him, what does it mean? What does it mean? And I'm sure Kubrick is not the first to have said this, but essentially says, well, the hope is that I've made a film that stands on its own and that it's expressing something that can only be expressed through film. If I could write an essay, then, I would write an essay, and the hope here was to communicate something that would be experienced. And I imagine that this is probably what, again, I'm speaking to an artist in chat here, so I shouldn't be telling people what they think, but I would like to imagine that this is what a lot of people are trying to do. I do tend to work with essays, and specifically like nonfiction. It doesn't mean that there isn't room for creative expression, and certainly there have been lots of times when I've been misunderstood where I thought that the point was somewhat obvious. But even there, right? Like the modes of persuasion are not just, thou shalt think this thing, right? You have a whole host of tools that you use to try and build empathy and understanding and maybe try and bridge a gap in terms of understanding. One of the things I'm writing about right now are why we're seeing layoffs in the game industry, specifically because of interest rates. And to a certain extent, a lot of news articles are getting it correct, saying that these layoffs are due to interest rates. But the thing is, the analogy that I'm using here is it's like saying, why did this thing fall to Earth? Oh, because of gravity. Now, if you don't understand how gravity works, just how much has been explained to you, right? You've been given a name for the thing that you observe, but you understand absolutely nothing about how that happens. So saying, oh, the layoffs are happening because of interest rates is correct. And yet I think a number of people would very reasonably say, why does this result in people being laid off? And I mean, again, if you understand monetary policy or, you can read other commentators that say it, but the hope would be that you are able, so here's the example of the analogy, right? Where I say, well, I think most of you have at least a rough understanding of gravity. Most of you are not wondering why things don't fly up into the sky. But, I think you can all appreciate the idea that if you were to talk to a kid and said, why did that fall down? Why do I hurt? Why can't I fall up? Why do I have to get hurt whenever I trip? And you say, oh, it's gravity. It's like, well, could you please write gravity and tell it that it's wrong? Obviously there's more explanation that needs to be given. So yeah, I mean, again, there's that structure. This is the one reason why I like writing nonfiction. There is that structure that Quinn Gold and I are talking about in terms of trying to persuade. There's the rules of a properly constructed sentence. There is how you build up towards a certain point. Again, ideally, your writing has a point that it's trying to either impart some kind of knowledge or bring about a shift in perspective, or at the very least, letting someone understand something that maybe they previously thought was incomprehensible or maybe even offensive. There are a number of different tools that you use for that. Some are used better than others, and that, to me at least, can be a very, very interesting task. And again, like, if I just put it as a commandment, right? If I just write ex cathedra, it's bad writing, right? No, I'm not a thought leader. I'm not one of those people who can just say, all right, you're all going to think this now. And even that, I generally don't think that type of writing is very persuasive, even if there are people I agree with. So that's the one challenge that I've had with contemporary art, is that very often I tend to find it's over-reliant on other means of communication. And, and again, there's referencing the culture of art or referencing other, like institutional things or that. There's always a place for it, right? Like I said, the areas in which artists flourish tend to be those places where people tell them they can't do that. But I'm not so open-minded yet that I can fully appreciate all of the the recent exhibits at some galleries. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree completely. Anyways, I'm sorry. For those of you who don't care about art, you probably don't care about towards a fundamental aesthetic, but let's take a quick look. Oh, crap. I didn't even write down the... Okay, there we go. Got my knockdown. Scale and winter. Now, if I take a look, so Paths of the Sun was Lantern, Knock, and Forge. We weren't able to get Forge. Great Counterfeit is Lantern, Moon, and Nectar. The Sun's weaknesses is Grail, Lantern, and Moth. Loopholes is Knock, Moth, and Moon. So this means we haven't actually tried with Scale and Winter yet. So let's see. I think Scale is the least likely to turn out, but we can at least get a preview. Maricat, I think. I'm always wrong. Nilicant. Okay, well, there's the shell origin. I can go as high as 23 with my heart. The Carapace Cross are a hybrid race, and once we were the Carapace Cross, from the Segla's kind, we inherited what we now call language. We long for what we were, and a history 2 history 2 is hybrid. Now, actually, there was one other thing I was thinking about. So I've got pentaments and precursors here. I think I tried it with heart, but did I try it with grail? Okay, so I don't think I could add grail, but... yeah, no luck. Yeah, so I guess it doesn't really matter where the element goes in. Still trying to think of like the Carapace cross elements. Like pentaments and precursors is a really obvious one to me. Hill and Hollow seems to be more Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. The big challenge that I've got here is thinking about Saint Tentretto and where I would... like Transformations and Liberations kind of has a certain logic behind it, but then by the same logic, inks and insects and nectars would be would also be the same. And maybe we'll try it, but again, I don't want this to just be blasting away at. Obviously, I could try every single element or every single skill. But what do I learn from that, right? Like, you know, if there is something there, and unfortunately somebody seems to have indicated that there is, I don't really learn anything from it because every other book that we've read has sort of nudged me in a certain direction and has talked about why it is suitable. So anyways, I do want to see, so no luck with scale. So let's see if we can do winter. Now, if it was 22 with scale, I think we're going to be at least one short with the winter. But like I said, doesn't hurt for us to try. And at the very least, Nilicant is a pretty obvious candidate here. So quenchings and quellings, yeah, that gives me a winter. So make a determination. White the first. The Watchman's Tree is the covenant that forbids knowledge to mortals, but permits it in the covenant houses of the tree, like Brankrug Isle. The white flower of Calyptra, the silence that is given, was its first defense. When forbidden knowledge is known, it must be forgotten, but to be forgotten, it must be first known. The tree is rooted in paradox. I am starting to warm a little bit towards... oh, interesting. Okay, there will be no second dawn. That's grim. There will be no second dawn. The adepts of this history, my last and greatest work, will make a prison for the sharpest lights, the most perilous fires, and the kindling spark that might have been the dawn. Damn! That depresses me. How you doing, Index Gnome? So needless to say, we've already said that I do not want the gods from stone to be revenged. And I think you're already on your third 3 dawn? I think I might be missing. Missing what you mean. Third dawn? Oh, sorry, you haven't been sleeping. Sorry, Index. No, I'm being particularly thick. Bearing in mind that you haven't played Cultist Simulator yet, the further you go into this game, the more you find it so different from any other that you've played. They've done such a good job with it. It's funny you mentioned that, Quinn Gold, because I sent an email to somebody today, and I was actually kind of I know we talked about this on Wednesday or Monday, I think, too. You may have been here for it, but I was kind of talking, and like Steam sort of defeated my example in this case, but like when I look at, so Sid Meier's a good example of this. When you take a look at Sid Meier's games, very often, or like games from around that time might be more appropriate. They very well, if you hang around here long enough, Index Gnome, and I'm sure you'll just nod off right away. We can actually give you some soothing oubliette ASMR. Soothing oubliette ASMR for a relaxing sleep, 10 hours worth. But yeah, so when you look at games of that vintage, you can see how, like, the thing that strikes me is that a lot of them really defy classification into genre, and the ones that are very good at being classified in genres are usually the ones that founded a genre. So for instance, like Civilization, of course, you know, prior to Civilization, I don't think people necessarily talked about 4X. But of course, now when you think of Civilization, you think of 4X, and you think of all of the games that have been inspired by that. And listening to you will keep you from sleeping. Oh, this was kind of you to say, Index Numb. What if I talk very quietly? And, you know, this is true for a lot of games. And to a certain extent, these games have an advantage in the sense that they had this nice sort of blue ocean in which to, you know, in which they were able to sort of create new genres. Although the thing is that gaming absolutely could have been restricted down to implementations of the increasingly complex board games of the time, because it's worth remembering, around the time that a lot of video games were being made, you were seeing war games like, you know, the Campaign for North Africa, which are these absolutely massive, you know, very rule-heavy behemoths that are just, I think Campaign for North Africa is borderline satire, actually, but you know, like there absolutely was a style of war game at the time that computers were coming out, which basically were just begging for some sort of automated system to take care of all of the different rules. And video games absolutely could have just stayed at, I've never actually played any of those games. I just know about them, partly because I'm interested in these topics. But you can imagine that there's a time where computer games could have just been digitized versions of board games. And in fact, if you think of the company Asmodee, I think most people think of it as a board game company, right? The people who make Ticket to Ride and, you know, all the Ticket to Ride is probably the most famous one that they do. But I think they actually also sold Netrunner because I think they own Fantasy Flight Games. But the funny thing about that is that Asmodee, if you were to measure them by revenue, and I know at least in North America we have like the North American Industry Classification System, NICS. You know, you get a wide range of topics here on the System Chalk channel. Very often, the industry that a business is in is determined by. I didn't know that, Index Gnome. I know they went through a few different transitions, because I know, like, once upon a time they did games like Magicka, and I don't imagine them doing another Magicka. That's really interesting. I didn't realize it was such a, it was such a clear connection from board games to what they do now. I can see it, like you telling me that. I'm like, okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. But I wouldn't have imagined that prior to you saying that. But yeah, Asmodee probably makes more money on its like $5 version of Ticket to Ride than it does the physical version. So what is it a digital games company or is it a board game company? Well, I think most people would call it a board game company, but the truth is, if you were to talk to, someone responsible for the systems of national accounts, so this is what was created after World War II to sort of help measure a country's economy. People who are responsible for that would tell you that they're a digital services company, effectively. You were just thinking of Black Box too. The digital version is really like the physical game. There's a few that are like that, actually. And of course, Tabletop Simulator makes that even easier. But you can imagine games working that way, the same way that film might have just been a device through which you could record stage performances, right? That movies could have just stayed a recording version of a recorded version of a stage play. But of course, if they stay in that way, they will never achieve what they are capable of being. And so you have innovations such as the cut, which isn't unprecedented. I think Walter Murch makes a very convincing argument that the cut is analogous to the blink. And so we have, hundreds of cuts a day because we blink, but it's kind of an unconscious thing, so we don't really think that much about it. But the important thing is you need people to actually do that, right? You have the Lumiere brothers recording a train coming into a station. And then you have someone like Georges Millet doing, cutting with scissors and glue, basically, and doing the trip to the moon and such. And somebody at one point needed to decide, hey, let's do a close-up. And you can also imagine all of the critics talking about what a completely insane, because I'm talking so much about movies, let's at least go to the appropriate room for this. You can imagine all of the critics being very smug and saying, what kind of a fool would think that the audiences want to see a severed head on the projection screen, right? But of course, the close-up is part of the grammar of our visual languages now. And so, there's an argument that you can make that game developers like Sid Meier were working in this very unique period of history in which there was a lot of space in which to sort of help shape that grammar of the types of games that we experience and expectations that we have as an audience. And I actually think there is something to that argument, but I don't think it's the whole story. Because think of rhythm games, so Dance Dance Revolution, or Rock Band, or Guitar Hero, I guess Thumper would maybe be an example of that now, but, that I can't really think had any major technological impediment to being created. I suppose the plastic crap associated with those games, might have required the industry to get to a certain level. And yet the fundamentals of the rhythm game seem to me to have been there, waiting to be discovered for a long time. Perhaps maybe had been discovered at some point and maybe was just in a different wrapper. But of course, we now appreciate the rhythm game as its own genre. In fact, we're also getting hybrids of it, right? So you have, the roguelike rhythm game in the form of something like Crypt of the Necrodancer. And the reason why I'm going on this long rant is that when you take a look at the new releases, and not new and trending, but the actual new releases section, sometimes what you see is not just something that's easy to classify by genre, but is easy to classify by and this I know Index Gnome has had to sit through before, but you can actually define it by the game that was the inspiration for it, right? So this is my cheaper version of Hollow Knight. One of your favorite games is called Flashpoint Campaigns. It's very much an old-style analog war game in digital form. That's interesting because I know there's actually a series called Flashpoint. I think GMT Games does it, although that might be a modern series, so it may just be coincidence. Flashpoint isn't exactly a trademarkable kind of name, so but I'm wondering if there's a relationship between the two that I'm not familiar with. So all of this is just to kind of riff off of what Quinn Gold said about how there isn't really any game like this. And you can certainly say, well, there's the clicker influences, and then there's sort of the crafting element. So, Cultist Simulator doesn't have a crafting element quite the same way that Book of Hours does. You can certainly see a few different influences on the game. I don't mean to suggest that this has been made in a vacuum. And yet in an environment in which people are talking about how it's increasingly competitive in the independent game space, it does sometimes feel like there are a number of games which are really trying to basically be low-cost implementations of other people's games. And one of the delights about Book of Hours, whether you've played Cultist Simulator or not, is that this is a game which has sort of the confidence in itself to be its own thing. And there are going to be some people who think this is the most boring thing in the world. You could not imagine anything but a complete weirdo playing a game which tells the story entirely through the individual cards and doesn't even really tell the story. It gives it to you in little hints and fragments all over the place. And somehow you're expected to make something of that. And I love it for that feature. But not everybody's going to agree. So I agree. Like I do really like how I love how there's nothing like this, because, well, number one, it means that hopefully, the developers continue to keep making games like this. There's evidence that there's a demand for this type of experience. But also just the fact that it's a game that has now brought me in touch with so many people. You play a game like this and you think, I thought I was the only one who wanted something like this. And yet, turns out there's quite a few. And like I said, one of the things that I thought was a little bit of a shame. Okay, so we will feed this an egg when the time comes. One of the things that I thought was a bit of a shame about the ability to unlock all of the endings through being able to sort of reload the save over and over again is that in the old version, you would have as many endings as you would be willing to do sort of a beginning to end run through Hush House. And so that sort of means that everybody's individual experience of Hush House is going to be a little bit different and very specific to them. And so some of the fun of the game is to talk with each other about the different roads that the game took. And that doesn't mean that that can't happen now, but obviously with the ability to sort of like gobble up all of the content by, saving at strategic points and running through, there's, this idea that someone will get to quote unquote the truth. And I think some of the fun about this is the idea that, you start by playing a game, it's like, I thought I was the only one who liked this sort of thing. And then finding out that there's a community of people, but that community of people has enough variation in terms of its participants that you're all discovering that you all had a slightly different journey through Hush House and got a different ending. You were telling a friend who also plays games about Book of Hours, and you could not get them interested in trying it, but games like this probably appeal to a particular mindset. I like the slow motion aspect of it and the discovery. I'm confused and frustrated a lot, but then I remembered to take a step back and reassess. I put myself into the librarian's shoes, so to speak. That's why I find a way forward. It's kind of genius to design a game that works that way. I agree completely. So I think this, to me, as a role-playing game, is much more interesting to me, because how does my character advance? I get a lesson, I take that lesson, and I compare it with memories, experiences that I've had, and I can't rely on the same experience over and over again to advance my knowledge. I need to have a broad experience. And so there's no experience points in this game, and yet there is a very clear system in which you can say that your character grows. And I mean, there's always the literary stuff too, right? So you wash up on the beach of St. Brendan's Cove and you're repairing Hush House as you're repairing yourself. You can, there's these nice little parallels, and you can talk about, the artistry behind that. That is all there, and that is all very enjoyable. But even just as a like, let's assume that D&D didn't exist, and what might role-playing games look like if D&D didn't exist. This is a really, really interesting way of, as you say, putting yourself in the librarian's shoes and allowing for the idea of advancement, allowing for the idea of crafting and engagement with the world, without necessarily saying that you have to quantify things in experience points. And that's because experience points exist. And again, this is no disrespect to D&D. The influence of that game really cannot be overstated in terms of both video games and tabletop and other pen and paper RPGs. But it's not the only word on this topic. And because Book of Hours is purely a digital game, it is allowed to move beyond certain record-keeping measures, which might be very helpful in a pen and paper setting, but maybe are not necessary for the digital setting. And I think that is one of the things that I don't see discussed a whole lot about Book of Hours, but I actually think it is a very interesting part of this game. No, that's fine. I know you've kind of suggested that before, Index. Now, I mean, I appreciate you hanging out, even though it doesn't really work for you. I don't know. Have you never felt the impulse to just want to go off and tend a lighthouse with nobody else? I get it. Like I said, it's not for everyone. I think the big thing that I like I said, I do think this game does a very good job of sort of capturing the feeling of exploring an ancient manor and finding all sorts of things inside of it. But, again, it is also somewhat static, right? Nothing's going to happen unless you do it. And so if you feel that you need to push against something, and particularly if that something is like, so if you maybe feel that your own ignorance is not enough to push against, because that was the big driver for me for such a long time, then it is actually something that can have some difficulty in terms of getting some momentum. Again, I find it easy to say that this game is not for everyone because I enjoy it. But if I say, this game isn't for everyone, and then you had bought this game and spent 6 hours trying to enjoy it, so now you can't refund it, you probably wouldn't be as sanguine about it as me. So I do appreciate that my experience doesn't necessarily generalize, but it is a game that I'm very, very pleased with, and I'm delighted that there is a reasonably large community to enjoy it. But the thing is too, right? Like I tried to enjoy Rust, and Rust is a massively successful game. And I have never been able to get into that game. I actively dislike the game in a very, very intense way. So, obviously I like to focus more so on the positive where I can, but, I don't think it takes a lot to understand when something isn't for everyone. No, sorry, I haven't been filibustering for no reason. I do actually want to see what the Stimpfling gives me. I apparently haven't tried, so that's going to be on my list. Oh, I'm glad I've got Beth kind of sort of is on the same page as me. So, I don't think it's too much to investigate this room here, so we will start with the Restful Garden Chair. I don't think we're going to find anything we didn't find from the last garden chair, but like the old Rust, new Rust never worked for you. Rust went through a few different changes, but I think I played something close to the modern version of Rust, and I don't know, I do not mind PvP. Like, I like Battlefield. I've played. I was into Apex Legends for a while. Played a lot of Dota. So I'm not too opposed to the idea of PvP, but I really, really dislike games that are structured around other players being an input to someone's experience, right? Like, I really have a strong reaction against games that seem to incentivize or be built around the destruction of someone else's enjoyment or something that people have created. Fair enough then, Quinn Gold. So, like, Dark Souls is an example of where I sort of have a little bit of a dilemma. But the thing about Dark Souls is that by activating a soul, right, by being able to bring in that help of other players, you're opening yourselves up to the danger of invasions. So there's a trade-off, right? And in that sense, that's kind of an interesting way in which they sort of use the more vicious instincts of players to create a tension in the game. Now, I mean, again, I think it's really dumb when you've got people who are wearing like Knight of Thorns armor running around the early area before someone can do an indictment, invading them, you know, and doing the like, I'm so awesome gesture when they're taking people who are almost certainly playing the game for the first time. Like, that's somebody just like who cannot handle losing against a properly equipped player. So, you know, like that, I think that's kind of stupid. But like, you know, you're going in and you're trying to summon, you know, Solaire or something like that to help you with a boss, and one of the costs of doing that is that you may attract the attention of another player who wants to spoil your run. And in that case, you know, you need to decide whether or not that help from Solaire is enough. But yeah, I don't know. There's just something about this idea that I do really like cooperative multiplayer games. I actually think those are really satisfying. And I mean, again, like I said, the players shouldn't be an input to other people's experience. That is a difficult line to draw, and I need to come up with a better phrasing for it, because you could say that like Battlefield is that, right? Like half of the people in a Battlefield match are going to win and half of them are going to lose, and that's true for Counter-Strike. That's true for a lot of different things. But I think this idea where like you spend this time crafting something. So like a good example of this actually is Sea of Thieves, which just recently got its Safer Seas update. So like Sea of Thieves, you can imagine someone really enjoying for the pirate fantasy and for like trying to manage the ship and exploring all of the different islands and, you know, fighting ghosts and things like that. And there is previously an inescapable PvP element where it was very clear there's you can go in the forums for that game. You can see a lot of people talking about how uncomfortable they are with the kind of forced PvP choice. And it's definitely a case, in my view, and don't get me wrong, like Sea of Thieves is very successful, but it actually makes me think that game is a little confused as to what it wants to be, because it can actually be a very enjoyable pirate adventure. And there is a meaningful number of players who are actually driven out of that game because the whole fun being a pirate thing is now being interrupted by someone who, you know, whose only enjoyment really comes out of sort of spoiling that experience. And, you know, I tend to be a little bit more inclusive in my view of these things, which would be to say, it's like, you know, if people, you can do it like GTA, right? Like if you're getting tired of someone griefing you in GTA, well, just turn yourself onto no PvP mode. And maybe you could say, well, PvP is an essential part of my experience. Well, okay, well, now you're signing up for everything that comes along with that. But like, you know, I joke about this, but I would never want like Weather Factory to implement the, you know, reach across the histories and like rearrange somebody's library or like burn some of their books or hide books or something like that. I would never want that, because that would just ruin someone's enjoyment of Book of Hours so that I could get a temporary laugh. So. And again, I get that I'm a minority view in that. I know even Rare really has resisted the Safer Seas choice, but because they severely restrict the amount of experience that you can get in Safer Seas. But I do think that the voices for the opt-out PvP option did eventually convince them to change things around. Yeah, nearly logical. I tend not to like the PvP for Dark Souls. The only thing is, like, the way I rationalized it, and I tried to kind of keep a cool head with it, is just to say that, like, this is the price I pay for trying to get in that kind of hell. But the fact of the matter is that, like, an indictment is not really a disincentive for a PvPer, because, like, what's going to happen? The counter PvP people are coming. Well, the thing that you want is PvP. So now I guess if you're the sort of person who likes to hunt down and, like, you know, and ruin the experience of, like, weaker players, you know, that's potentially a problem if a stronger, like, you know, counter PvPer comes in, but that's not always the case. Competitive PvP in Book of Hours. You had a lot of great PvP experience in Eve, but it just gets old and your gameplay there evolved into forming a group that was pacifist in nature to see if you could play that way in such a PvP-centric game. Interesting that group is still going strong. That's really cool to hear, Quinn Gold, because I know Eve really wants to kind of take a hands-off approach to what happens inside of their environment. Neurological thing comes with an ends versus means idea. People should never be viewed as a means. Yeah, exactly. I agree completely. Anyway, sorry. I know there's a few of you that probably have long since left because of the monologuing, but we are going to still make some progress in Book of Hours. I do kind of need to work out what my path is going to be, though. So let's say we'll reserve 3 elements of the soul, one of which is already used, so that I can investigate the room. So use these 2. I've already got what I wanted out of the inescapable confinement. So I know even if I got my health back, I'm busy beekeeping. So let's see how much of a chunk I can take out of the library. So we did the other Eye of the Serpent, so we're now on to the Codex Acephali, Debate of the 7 Cups, Exorcist Field Manual, William Midnight Poem Pen. The problem here is I don't have the clean line in terms of when general knowledge ends and prophecy starts. So let's maybe try up to the Book of Dissolution. Inigo Booktoya, you borrowed a book and you never returned it. Yeah, no, I have actually written in, I can't remember if it was a tweet or on the Reddit, but I did actually say that there should be an option to go in and completely rearrange another player's library. That was not well received. I think I was told to stop drinking pure maple syrup. All right, so we're just queuing these up. I probably should just make it so that, you know, once I'm using all the desks, that's when I stop. But that's a VAC text. That actually worked out reasonably well. I goofed with the Matters and Deeds of Serpents, but Quasi-Brahmic script, intricate and bold, barely constrained in silence. It demands to be spoken aloud, but it is beyond me. All right, let's try that again. Vac, before gods arose from blood, before ever apes stood upright, this was the language heard in the house of the sun. I am Vac, the peacock door boasted, both the tongue and the goddess. I am the only entrance into secret light. I was worshipped before you upright apes, and I will still be when all of you are ugly ash. Listen, and I will prove it. So we're gonna wait a little while. So this Faust I count as still being active. It's just I'm earning the sixpence with which I will be restoring 3 elements, or I guess 2 extra elements of the soul. And like I said, we've got plenty that we can do in the Gullscry Tower. The restful garden chair. Sit here and listen to the trees grow, or the leaves fall. Preferences differ. Inlaid with green-stained bone. So, the Watcher. The Watcher, another of Valentine's paintings, a barn owl he nursed back to health. Barn owls have such a distinctive look. I realize they're supposed to be a very common kind of owl, but they're a really, really unique looking kind of creature. I like them. I like owls in general, but owls, frogs, turtles. One thing you'd like to see more of in strategy games are co-op modes that let you rule the same nation in, say, Europa Universalis. Let us share control of stuff and not just rule 2 different corners of the galaxy in a game. That's a good point, actually. Especially, I feel like a game as complex as Europa Universalis could actually accommodate that as well. Because my usual way of playing a game like that is to sort of stop and start. In fact, one of the things I tend to dislike about so like when I played games like Crusader Kings, I would tend to play at a slower pace than what most people do, and it was because what I found when I went to faster paces, it would be kind of like someone who's learning how to drive like manual transmission. Is that even the right way to put it? Anyways, like drive stick. So, like you were just kind of lurching forward as you're trying to work the whole thing out. So essentially what would happen is like, it would blitz through the game until any event happened and then pause. And then, you spend the time sort of dealing with what's going on. And at that point, it's like, well, why don't you just make this a turn-based strategy game then? And of course, you can't do that in a multiplayer game. Otherwise, people are going to get mad at you. So for games with a sufficient level of depth, and I think there's actually something really interesting that can be done, because I don't want to talk too much about this because it's not like a great game, but there's this game that I made with Valiant Cheese, which we haven't really heard from in a really long time, but it was called Supply Chain. And essentially, so what was interesting is that he has a very different idea about how supply chain work than I do. I love that follow-up, nearly logical. I feel you. And one of the things the good news is I was responsible for balancing the game and sort of had a bit of a say in terms of just how the overall economy was shaped. So I kind of feel like I was the one who was able to sort of sneak in my point of view while still, allowing him feeling that his particular issue he wanted to get off of his chest was taken, kind of taken care of. But the big thing for me, I've actually had economist friends who personally know me, and I know we have taken the same class, play it, and they could say, I could never get it balanced out. I said, I promise you there is a way to make it all work where you could just set it and not work it all out. I was not able to find it. And that's kind of by, not exactly by design, but like that is kind of the point. So like the idea is that in the case of supply chain, that is one product, right? It is the three stages of a given product. And of course, an economy is much more complicated than that. And the idea that you can have one person take care of all of that stuff is just farcical, right? It's too difficult. There are too many, factors that are constantly adjusting, which is essentially what the truth of supply chain is. So it doesn't mean like you can make adjustments and you can get better outcomes than other ones. But if you want that ideal, like I did want to make it so that there was in fact a way that you could sort of set parameters and that you could basically just walk away and you wouldn't hit one of those conditions under which the game sort of starts saying bad things are happening. But it's very, very difficult to find. And I sort of feel like, particularly for the type of game that Index Gnome is talking about, these are games that are known for their complexity, but a lot of that complexity is sort of happening behind the scenes. So there's something kind of interesting. This actually happens a little bit in terms of Sea of Thieves, right? Like if the bigger the ship that you get, the harder it is for you to control. Usually what you want are a few different crewmates to be able to take care of the various parts of the ship. And the efficient running of that ship is the ability of whoever becomes the captain. And of course, that's fun if you can't figure out who the captain is, because you have a bunch of people competing to try and figure out what the right action is. But in this case here, you have this complicated object, the galleon, let's say, and you need some kind of guidance to make sure all of these independent components are working towards a common end. And I feel like there is room for that in the strategy space, as Index Gnome is saying, that you can do a two-player cooperative game running the same nation, and ultimately what you do is you just have more of that complexity being managed by another conscious agent. I appreciate that's a very difficult kind of game to balance, because generally people want that game to also be a single-player thing as well. But presumably you can set up AIs or something. The AI is doing a lot of this stuff anyway, right? So I think Distant Worlds actually lets you pick what parts the AI automates. Anyways, this is not Europa Universalis, so I will move on. The Watcher, another one of Valentine's paintings, a barn owl he nursed back to health. Owls, of course, are associated with the horned axe, but only one with one of her blades. Let me try that again. Owls, of course, are associated with the horned axe, but only one with one of her blades. Owl of Spiral, an ancient bird for an ancient place. And the Cat of Depths, a votive offering to the horned axe. Yeah, nearly logical. Actually, what you're describing is how I think of Civilization. Because like in Civilization, I sort of think you're the social planner, because you can effectively say, this country is now turning communist. Whereas in reality, people have a say in that, right? There are reasons why, in the United States, there hasn't really been a significant socialist movement in the same way that even a country like Canada, essentially in Canada, all the socialists from the States moved up here and founded the CCF and now the NDP. But of course, if you look at the UK, they've had socialist governments, right? That's what Labour is. And of course, you've got Blair and the Third Way, so that removed socialism from the charter or whatever the governing document is, or something like the kibbutzim in Israel, or obviously there are different countries with different a different willingness to both embrace, but also where they have really clear lines in terms of how far they go, right? So what comes at the end of a number of Labour governments? Thatcher, about as far as you can possibly get from that ideology. And so this is also an interesting case where you have these nations that are voluntarily choosing to go in a different direction. And of course, you have other societies. For those of you who are interested in this, by the way, Darren Acemoglu has a really good book called Why Nations Fail. And he's also got another one called, I think, The Narrow Corridor, which I haven't had a chance to read yet. But Why Nations Fail definitely deals with some of the kind of the colonial origins of a lot of these kinds of political systems. Essentially, the idea of countries which sort of created these extractive institutions, essentially people who kind of came in and conquered areas. What you have seen, even in their modern politics, is essentially a succession of people who are getting that top job to basically just extract as much as they possibly can out of the nation. Whereas other countries with different origins have more of sort of this respect for things like property rights and individual liberties. And again, they have, even in the case of something like the United States, maybe the original plan was to kind of come in and exploit the population to be able to enrich themselves. But the population said, we're not doing that, and did a very good job of defending themselves, which is not in any way for people who were subjugated. That is not to say it's their fault, right? I'm trying to simplify very complex history here. But the idea is that these have been shown in his research to actually matter quite a bit in terms of modern experience, that basically these are things that are quite precious when you have them, and it's actually in some cases quite easy to lose them if you go down certain paths. So with that in mind, like obviously the idea in civilization of having a nation which has, let's say starts off as a republic in the classical era and then moves into a merchant republic in I don't remember if there's medieval or Renaissance when you can get that. I guess it depends on the session that you're playing. And then all of a sudden moves to something like communism. Is that impossible to happen? No, there's a lot of history, and countries do not necessarily take expected paths. But certainly when you look at something like that, you would see quite a bit in terms of both history and comparative economics and all sorts of different social scientists trying to understand what happened in that nation for it to be bumped to some other trajectory. And you have games with more complicated systems which do actually have, so Stellaris, you have certain representations of different factions in your society, and you can definitely spend resources to try and shape the ideology of your nation. And Terra Invicta, for that matter, actually does that as well, where to a certain extent you can expend resources to try and sort of do some sort of social engineering, but it's actually sometimes more optimal to just say, when in Rome, and allow the country to kind of continue on its current path without spending those resources. But that itself is very interesting. But of course, if you think about the perspective of civilization is sort of this highlight reel of all of the great achievements of humankind. I haven't played Victoria 3, but I do know a bit about Victoria 2, and you have like the different social classes, and so like, you sort of say, why would a society ever want to, allow such a level of equality? And then you play Victoria 3, and what you do is like you lower the taxes on the upper classes because they're the ones who are going to invest in, they're going to accumulate capital, they're going to build factories, and those factories are going to generate a lot of wealth, and the wealth is what you use to do all the other stuff that you want. So you wind up becoming this, quasi-libertarian to, just because it happens to be a way that it accelerates the growth of your country. At least that seemed to be the way that was working in Victoria too. I don't know if that's changed. But yeah, no, you have these various factions. They all want different things. And again, it's the difference between the civilization approach, which, as you say, is the zeitgeist, And then you have one which is a little bit more like Crusader Kings. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and you have to keep all of your subjects happy or they overthrow you. Quinn Gold says, fun stream, enjoyed the wide-ranging topics, but you got to go to bed. Be well, thank you for the helpful Book of Hours guides. I appreciate that. I'm actually 15 minutes over anyway, but I am determined to make it to a new season. So Lord Gloom says, came for the interesting-looking indie game, stayed for the TED Talk on communism and world history. Lord Gloom. Folks, for those of you who didn't get a chance to see us host him, Lord Gloom very kindly followed back. I never raid people so that I actually got I'd lost a follow, Lord Gloom. So you're the one who stayed. But for those of you who don't know Lord Gloom, they are the broadcaster who we hosted off of Cobalt Core. And I will definitely talk about Book of Hours because this is a fascinating indie game from a developer I am very fond of, Weather Factory. They made a game called Cultist Simulator, which is a roguelike narrative card game. This is not a roguelike. This is a much more relaxed sort of crafting RPG where you inherit an ancient library. This library starts off completely closed off, so we are very late in the game, and what I've done is I've actually amassed a very large number of books, and I've been going through all of them to try and learn some of the secrets of Hush House. But like I said, I'm very late in the game, so I take a lot for granted, so if you have questions, let me know, but I should probably finish the shout out. Lord Gloom did a lovely job with Cobalt Core, which I enjoy immensely. But again, very kindly followed the stream. And one of these nice cases of somebody who follows the streams and actually shows up. So Cultist Simulator is on your wish list. Oh, that's great to hear. So this is the follow-up to Cultist Simulator. I don't want to be too self-promotional on this, but I do have a somewhat popular guide on getting started in Cultist Simulator. Not that I think you necessarily need it. I actually think the game is very enjoyable to learn on its own. But if Cultist Simulator interested you, you should definitely take a quick look at Book of Hours as well. I suspect Cultist Simulator will be available on a deeper discount, and part of it is a question in terms of your temperament. If you like a game that will fail you quickly, and you don't get too frustrated with the fact that it doesn't necessarily explain what's going on, Cultist Simulator is good. If you want something a little more relaxed to sort of ease you in, Book of Hours is probably the better pick, and then you can go and play the mean game of Cultist Simulator. But don't let me scare you off of it. I played Book of Hours back when it was a prototype, and it was a lot more difficult than what the game wound up being. So it is perfectly enjoyable along a number of dimensions. Anyways, I really appreciate you stopping by. And again, please don't hesitate to ask any questions. I have been monologuing way too much tonight, but I am glad that a number of you seem to find some value in it. So we're going to read some books. Codex Acephali, sometimes called the Book of the Clean Sky. Actually, tell you what, before I read this, how about I give you a quick idea of who I'm playing, Lord Gloom. This will be good for people who are maybe curious about Book of Hours as well. And we can do sort of a last week on Book of Hours sort of summary. So, at the beginning of Book of Hours, you wake up in the middle of a storm. You've washed up on St. Brendan's Cove with no memory of who you are. And really, you have your health, and that's about it. And it's not described as a tutorial of the game, but essentially the game teaches you how to use the consider and ultimately the talk verbs. Sorry, you have your health and you have a waterlogged book, which turns out to be your journal. And so you eventually learn how to get assistance and make your way up to Brandkrug Village. And there you have at least one contact you know. In my case, it was Reverend Timothy at the rectory. Reverend Timothy's words always run ahead of him, but his thoughts always catch up. Reminds me of someone I know. Now, in this game, you are given a little bit of a personality test at the start. There are nine elements of the soul. So the element of the soul, the human soul, is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kinds of things that you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. So the elements of the soul that I chose were Faust, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glorious gifts, And then the other one was called Shapt, which is not currently in my inventory right now, but I can show that to you a little bit later. Now, these can kind of be thought of as your attributes, right? So if you play Disco Elysium, you can sort of be the intellectual detective, or you can be like the fisticuffs detective. Or, you know, you can be a mage or a warrior or whatever. So in this game, it gives you a little bit of a personality test rather than asks you what class you want to be. But based on the elements of the soul that you select, your waterlog journal actually turns out to be the journal of someone specific. And in this case, I wound up being the Twiceborn. I am the Twiceborn librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. The Twiceborn's third choice might be life as a librarian, or it might be something more radical, but you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. We'll talk about wisdoms in a little bit, but Memories the Twiceborn. I remember that once I walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as librarian would be one such choice, but there might be something more. Well, you never know. I'll follow up on some of the stuff that's being said in chat right now, but I'm trying to give a bit of a summary of the game. So by the decisions that I made sort of on the beach at St. Brendan's Cove, I set in motion the things that would decide who I am. And it does turn out that you were, whatever legacy you were, you wound up being appointed the librarian of Hush House, which again, when you find it, there is a story that it's been abandoned for 7 years, that it was abandoned since a fire, and that your job is essentially to restore the library and, you know, receive visitors and help them out with whatever questions they may have. And you open this place up room by room, right? You bring in assistants from the village, you find people to help you out, and you learn more about the house. There's this really nice kind of parallel between the restoration of your body after this shipwreck and your acquisition of knowledge and your organization of knowledge as a librarian, and both your restoration as yourself and your acquisition and expansion of knowledge as an individual. But as you go through the house, you learn a little bit more of the story of the house. So there are different eras. There's the baronial period. In the 16th century, the De Wolf family became the Baron's brand crew, governing this isle as the personal estate, until 1759, when their line ended in madness and death. There's the Curia period. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896, when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. You find out which librarian that was afterwards. So what happened to the house after it went bankrupt? The Nocturnal era. By the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasms had brought Hush House to penury. Nocturnal branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding, but submitted to yearly inspections, and also surrendered a portion of the isle to the branch's prison, or for the branch's prison. Now, what was there before the De Wolves? Well, it's Britain, so perhaps it was a monastery, and that's exactly what it was. The Solar period, Solar Gothic period. From the 11th century to the 16th century, the sisters and brothers of St. Brendan's dwelt on the isle. It was a holy place, a wealthy place, and a center of learning, though surprisingly obscure one. Then, in 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the brethren, and gave the isle to the family De Wolf. Yes, exactly. And of course, I'm talking in I'm hoping to preserve some mysteries for you if you decide to pick up this game. So there are very specific details. So all of these people used to be librarians or an equivalent rank over the course. And you find out about all of them. In fact, you have puzzles which are related to the history of these people. So there is some depth. The other thing, too, is this is all related to sort of the lore of Cultist Simulator as well. So if you play one or the other, you do have some information that you can work with. And then the earliest period, the Dawn period, 599 AD, is the traditional date of the first foundation here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes the Abbey of the White Crow. But the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot first built their temples here much earlier than that. So, as you say, you get to appreciate the different eras. In fact, one of the things that I found kind of interesting is that I've been reading some English literature again, because it's a library game, right? And the game is known for its writing. And it is actually kind of interesting to be reading the literature from those different periods and to compare them to some of the things that I find in the house. I wouldn't be surprised if some of this does also have some parallels in terms of the types of writing that was done in those periods, but I might be reading too far into it as well. But this is a world of sort of secret gods and magic and the occult. And so, when we were talking about my character being the twice board, I once walked the House of the Sun. Well, if you've never played Cultist Simulator, you've never encountered the House of the Sun. So it takes you, you have to unlock. So all of the different things that you will unlock before you encounter the House of the Sun. So you go up from St. Brendan's Cove, the Brandkrug Village, then you cross the Kukerbit Bridge, you unlock the Keeper's Lodge, then you go into the Gatehouse, you cross, I can never remember the name of this, the St. Brendan's Cloister, then the Entrance Hall, then you go to the Grand Descent, you go one floor up the Grand Descent on the first floor, then you make it to the Westcott Room. By God, sir, we shall have no cigars in the library, and we shall not have a house. We shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734, 1795. Incidentally, here's Ambrose Westcott, a bust cast in brass, and Ambrose's favorite chair, somewhat pocked with cigar burns. Also, apparently Ambrose had 2 copies of his favorite chair, and enjoyed Domaine Reveille. But anyways, so you've got the Mansus. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. So, it's not this game does not just drop mysteries in front of you and says, ha ha ha, I'm not telling you about this. But they are going to show up in unexpected places. Sometimes it'll be reading a book. Sometimes it will be, going into certain rooms. And I on this playthrough, some people have seen me be very surprised by some details that I wind up seeing. Do you feel like there are moments? That is the whole point of this game, Lord Gloom. Absolutely the best moments in both Cultist Simulator and this game are where, like, you're following a particular thread and then you run into something and you're like, oh, God. There have actually been a couple of moments in this game where it's also the opposite reaction, where I see something that horrifies me so much in terms of what its implications are. I'm like, we are never doing that, but I'm still going to investigate. So it is a game which, to a certain extent, it asks a lot of you because it's going to unspool itself over a long period of time. But if you have the patience for that, and again, on Cultist Simulator, it's the patience where the game will fail you for not necessarily doing things the way that it wanted, and it will be stubborn in making you figure things out. So Book of Hours was actually originally a joke tweet about people talking about the difficulty of Cultist Simulator and saying, it's like, well, if this thing gets 1,000 likes, I'll make a nice relaxed Cultist Simulator sequel about managing an occult library. And of course, the internet being what it is, it got a ridiculous number of likes. And this is a point, of course, it's a 2-person team. It's a micro studio that makes this, Weather Factory, Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan, with contractors. But there's 2 people who run this company. And, them being the smart game developers that they are, they're like, well, there's clearly a demand for this, so they made it, and man, this game is definitely better than I was expecting. A good game. Like, I need to be careful in terms of how I say that, but this game exceeded my expectations in terms of what it would be. And this is maybe the moment I should say that I actually do have a good relationship with Weather Factory. They did give me a copy of this game for promotional purposes. I have been on their Steam page, so let's get the disclaimer stuff out of the way here. But I hope the enthusiasm that you are hearing is the enthusiasm of someone who really loves these games and was invited to share that enthusiasm for money. as opposed to somebody who could be bought for the price. I think this game's really good. Maybe I would sell my soul for it, but yeah, like I don't want to. They didn't pay me to say this other than the fact that they gave me a copy of the game. But yeah, it's good to disclose this sort of stuff because I have been waxing poetic about the context. Anyways, now that you have a bit of context in terms of what's going on, I have actually spent quite a bit of time arranging the library in a particular way. And one of the things that I've been wanting to do is read a bunch of books sort of close together that are thematically attached, just seeing whether or not that'll wind up giving me some more information. So we're doing that now. The Codex Acephali, sometimes called the Book of the Clean Skull. The book contains accounts of enlightenments available through the gradual surgical removal of the lobes of the brain. It becomes clear that the processes described are mostly allegorical or metaphorical descriptions of winter techniques for less revolting occult work. Even the metaphors are pretty horrible, though. The author explains adaptations of these techniques, with sufficient winter aspect, to harvest a mysterious substance described as the rags of the final bone from the remains of almost any animal. Now, I'm not going to write that one down just because I don't know what the skill that it gave me out of this one was, but I'm almost certain that this is the recipe for essential Periost. Okay, the Debate of Seven Cups. Distillations of spirit recorded by an alchemist who identifies himself in the foreword as but Sir Thomas Browne's reflection. It is actually worth mentioning, I believe, Moth or Faust. I think it's... or Lantern, I mean. Yes, we have a quote from Thomas Browne. "Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us." Right, the Debate of the Seven Cups, distillations of spirit recorded by an alchemist who identifies himself in the foreword as but Sir Thomas Browne's reflection. Time is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Again, remembering that this is a parallel to life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. So this one is saying time. Darkness and light divide the course of time, and until that course is run, eternity remains history's bedfellow. Sorrow then is sense's final solvent, and even a tear should it fallen now, might destroy a stone. Okay, so there's a little bit for me to unpack there. So darkness and light divide the course of time, and until that course is run, eternity remains history's bedfellow. Okay, so when I see references to eternity and history, I think about these other references. This would be the bird faction and the worm faction. The birds, I believe they are on the side of history, and essentially this is maintaining the current order of hours. The worm faction wants to disrupt the current order of hours, and there is that one line from, I think it was the Collected Hush House lectures by Dr. Aaron Peel, where there was this worm faction statement of "let 1,000 histories blossom." So there seems to be this idea here that so something about this idea of history needing to run its course until there's actually that final division. So I'm curious about that, and I'm wondering if that is the determination we make, although I don't know if things are so final, especially because there is room for the 13th librarian. But we'll move on from that, because I don't think I'm going to be able to pick that up on its own. I would maybe want to read this again with reference to Aaron Peel's work, probably some of the Cosley works, and any other times I can find Bird and Worms. Sorrow then is sense's final solvent, and even a tear, should it fallen now, might destroy a stone. Now, I get kind of the idea of a tear destroying a stone. This is the idea of kind of the constant drop, given enough time, being able to hollow out stone. But I'm trying to connect that with the idea of history running its course, and how that might relate to... Oh, actually, hang on. So this I should have been paying a little bit more attention. This probably will have something to do with the reconciliation that I want to be kind of careful in terms of what I think. Those of you who know the one I'm talking about will know, and those of you who don't will be happy that I didn't say what it was, because that's going to be one of those aha moments. But there's a reconciliation that we've talked about that could be referring to. Okay, that is definitely one that I am banking, because I think I might have a bit more to work with that, but I'm not at a point yet where I think I want to get my ducks in a row to be able to handle that. Okay, moving on. Sorry, Lord Gloom, I am going to sound like a crazy person for the next little while. An Exorcist's Field Manual, a practical Let me try that again after some water. A practical guide to troublesome dead, grounded in theory but with a clear focus on their disposal, by the redoubtable Detective Ostiary Wheellock of the Suppression Bureau. Remembering, of course, that we've seen references to the Wheellocks both in collaboration with the DeWolfs, but also from Treowen, where the Locksmith's Dream live event is set. And I don't recall if this is the only text or not, but definitely there are other references to the Wheellocks that go beyond Treowen. The dead usually avoid light as... Oh yeah, there was also the relationship with Ava DeWolf. Well, I guess that still counts as the DeWolfs, but... Alright. The dead usually avoid light as the most immediate manifestation of eternity, which has no place for death. However, those dead uplifted by gold, that is to say, touched by an actinic theoplasma, happily bought about in daylight and are perhaps strongest at noon. So I wonder if that has a connection with the sun and rags there. If you are dead but uplifted by green, that's the Ring-Use blessing. The crown growth offers a similar but nastier benefit, crown growth being one of the gods from nowhere. This is how burgeoning risen come about, but there are different degrees of sentience and freedom depending on which growths are involved. The consciousness of one uplifted by green is always greatly altered, though they never really seem like this. Always greatly altered, though. They never really seem like the same person. They may have dregs of their original souls, but these are often replaced by something else. The upshot, invariably, is that they need to be set firmly on fire. So I always find this one a really interesting text, because this is very clearly an invention specifically for Book of Hours in which you don't perform rituals that can potentially raise the dead. But it is very much dealing with the burgeoning risen, which is something you can actually make in Cultist Simulator. So this is one of these cases where this game is offering information that expands on something that can only be understood through the other game. I'm actually also trying to think where you find out about the crown growth, because that isn't really the way I found out about the crown growth was by looking at the tarot cards that they made. But when I say that, I'm talking about Sarah Gordon's original illustrations, the ones that were promoting the game. But the crown growth, I believe, does also appear in the Tarot of the Hours. Actually, I'll go get it. Back in a sec. Now, I'm going to be honest, I do not know a thing about tarot. I just think this is a really cool looking deck, and it's nice to be able to toss some money at a developer that I like. I know what the major arcana are, and I know that there are... connections that you can draw between them, but I'm going to need people who understand what this stuff means to help out here. So, 0, which I would take as midnight, is the moth. 1 is the door in the eye. Now, this is probably my favorite of the hours. The door in the eye is also very likely the foolish mortal or the watchman. 2 is the velvet. Now, we've seen the velvet in Hush House. Well, actually, we don't need to go too deep. We can just show the velvet right here. The third, which again I relate to 3 o'clock, but may have different meanings. There is the malachite, which we do find down below. Or, well, this would be the malachite. This would be the name of the malachite. The Thunderskin, 4 a.m. Perfect time to go beating a drum and going dancing. So, there's the Thunderskin. Ah, the Mother of Ants. I like this one too, but I don't think we have an image of her. She is 5 o'clock. The Witch and Sister are the 6th hour. That's the wrong one. Oh, hang on. Nope. This is the Witch and Sister. The Colonel is 7 o'clock. Now, I do know that the Colonel is the chariot in the traditional tarot. It's like the only one that I know. And then the 8th hour is his enemy, the Lionsmith. This is dealt with more in the Exile DLC, but there's the idea that the struggle between the Colonel and the Lionsmith is known as the Chorvality, and is the engine that powers the world. The 9th hour is the Elegist. The 10th is the Beachcomber. The 9th is the Menascate, so now we're going back to the gods from light. Yep, so noon is the Sun in Rags, 12th. Horndax is the 13th hour, and the last of the gods from stone. Again, I sound like a crazy person if you've never played Cultist Simulator, but there's the Horndax. The Madrigad, the 14th hour, so 2 in the afternoon. Where are you, Madrigad? Right here. The Red Grail, 15th hour, 3 o'clock. The Wolf Divided, scary hour. We do see a reference to the wolf in the Wolf Divided here, as its wound of the sun. Vagabond, 17th hour, 5 o'clock. Sister and Witch, 18th hour, 6 o'clock. So Sister and Witch, not to be confused with the Witch and Sister. The 19th hour, 7 o'clock, the Flower Maker. 20th hour, the Forge of Days. I don't believe we have that here. Oh, and here we go. Oh, that's interesting. Goes from 20 to 25. But 25th, so this would be, I guess if it's 0, so 23rd would be the last. So this would be 2 up from the standard 24-hour clock, but the crown growth is the 25th. I'm just going to take a quick second here and see if I can find any other major arcana. Now again, like I said, I do not know anything about tarot and its interpretation and what the different numberings of the... Actually, sorry, there is one other one that I know. I think number 0 would be like the Magician. But I did not realize that the numbers on... Man, there are some really good looking cards in this. I did not realize that the numbers jump from 20 to 25. And I'm going to guess that my my deck is not missing cards. Interesting. Okay. So I'm going to guess here that either there's no meaning to be taken from the... Crown Growth has got a wild picture, by the way. But I'm going to take that there's either no meaning to be drawn from it, or we're going to have to wait for another wonderful streamer, Sweeps the Pillow Clean, who actually does read a tarot card every time people ask. I think you use channel points to redeem that, but Sweeps is a really nice streamer who does quite a bit of Book of Hours. It's actually somebody I should give a shout out for. Anyway, Anyway, that was a fun little diversion for me, but I don't know if that means a whole lot to people not familiar with the material. But I did at least want to find out where the crown growth fit and everything. So let's put this book back. Kind of as expected, the stuff that I put under general knowledge isn't quite leading to the same sort of fits of inspiration that the more dedicated sections were, but time's not done yet. On the matter and deeds of serpents. This was probably the prophecies of the Naga rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s. But it shows a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of VAC texts. This should be deeper on that shelf. I have a feeling that the books got rearranged with my save. So, the serpent folk called the Great Hooded Princes came to know the order called the House of Leith and warred across the miles with them. They made an alliance with the mother of ants whose children they had been. The text describes how the Great Hooded Princes escaped, or will escape, from the Fifth History where they had died, or were doomed to die. They engage in a secret conquest of the land of the Great River, called India in some histories, and have ensured that all other conquests of that land are false conquests. Now, I would have made a section for the Great Hooded Princes, except that I already put a section for the DeWolfs, which included 108, so that's one of the reasons why that particular text is, or that particular subject doesn't get its own sort of treatment. I do want to put this a little bit deeper into the section, but right now I'll preserve the order. On imperfections, Pomander, Lightsmith, and Lanternlong describes the process of transinhabitation, which he calls a manifestation of imperfection, and I believe this is a reference to what we heard called scrying before. Lanternlong lack bodies, and so cannot normally leave the mansis, but they can steady glint in the physical world by establishing a road of glass. Pomander notes with disgust that the order of Long called the Obliviates refer to it as scrying, which he considers a debased term. Well, there's the reference to scrying there. Pomander explains the benefits of transinhabitation, that a Lanternlong can affect the senses and thoughts of those nearby, and that they can even enter their spirits, and that they can employ the senses of those inhabited to experience again the scent of blossom and season. This seems to be what interests him most. He insists that a Lanternlong should only ever inhabit a mirror of silver, not silvered glass, but he declines to explain why. And of course, we had the thought from Thirza Blake that Pomander might be inspired to enter a mirror in Hush House. So presumably we would want to find a silvered mirror to do that, but the Larkabine Codex. Christopher Larkabus claimed to have purchased two handwritten copies of the Codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth and met in secret to seek union. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, and so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the mansis through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with a condemnation of the Grail. Oh, that's interesting. This doesn't fit on that shelf anymore. Okay. That is a pain, but gives me a chance to reorganize a few things. So we're not done with all of our books yet. The manner in which the alchemist is spared. None of these really deal. Oh, heck. Okay. Okay, so let's put matters and deeds of serpents a little bit deeper in there. I'll live with this for now. Okay, so I've got a free fet. Now was that... I think that was just so that I could consider the Stimfling. I know it took me a long time to get there, so... Inspect the beast. Ava de Wolf taught her father Valentine how to hatch these silvery little villains, but he never learnt to like them. Okay. I'll also put my Perilous Imago back. And we should be... Okay, no, I'm not restoring an element to the soul, so let's do that with the Faust. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. So, Lord Gloom, if you want an example of an aha or possibly an ah moment, this is a good opportunity. If you don't know what stargazy pie is, that's actually a real thing that people are going to be eating within a couple of weeks. So you can do a quick Google and let us know what you think. Actually, anybody can do that Google, but I think a few of you have been subjected to me talking about stargazy pie, so I'm gonna leave that be. All right, we got honey this time. I'm not going to complain about it, but it would be... Okay, and insects and nectars doesn't seem to be something that I would put at the Shrine to Saint... Well, let's take a look. Oh, God. That works. Okay, a distant cousin of salamanders and of moonlight. So this thing gives me a touch. Oh wait, I considered the Stimfling. I didn't talk with the Stimfling. That's actually good. I should get the description of interacting with them, but I am going to need to restore an element of the soul before I can get the interaction that I wanted, which probably means I'm done with books for today. But we'll learn to live with it. Now, the altar to Saint Tentretto. Okay. Let's bring the shaft back just so I have options. And just to manage expectations here, I think I am going to finish streaming at the end of spring. So that's probably at the end of the in-game day, which I realize means that I'm streaming quite a bit later than I was planning, and I do need to be responsible with going to bed. But I did also talk a lot, and talk in ways that didn't necessarily relate to the game, so I figure I can at least make up some of that on the back end. But as far as the books are concerned, we're really just trying to push to the next section, which will be this upper level here, where the focus is largely on the Mansis. Actually, I don't need to worry too much. I can interact with that Stimfling. Just as a heads up, like, I didn't pay attention, so... oh, hang on. When I did it with the consider verb, inspect this beast, it will be more rewarding to talk with a beast, though. So that was my bad for just not paying attention to that. Note. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. So we should still have time to be able to feed it once it gets cranky. Better now. All right, let's get another Fost back. Okay, now, I guess I didn't try the scale with pentaments and precursors, but I don't think that would be relevant. Yeah. I'm kind of expanding my search to anything related to bugs, but the Carapace cross, the hybrid race with their many kinds, were winged, legged, eyed, bright, dark, scaled, feathered, chitinous, and us. The cross are gone, the cross were always history, but to their children, their enemies, they leave this hushed legacy. Saint Tentretto of the Deep Door, who is 4 times winged, for the Skimifectra kind, the Gladerflog kind, and the Thridige kind, for the kind within. So again, I really would have guessed that pentaments and precursors would have been a thing that would be relevant. And when I look at the rest of these with that information that I was given, I can maybe see Anbury and Lapidary, but I don't actually think either of these are relevant to the shrine, so clearly that doesn't work. We tried transformations, we tried insects and nectars, we tried pentaments, precursors, and again, it's probably the wrong way to think of the Carapace cross as like, oh, the bug people, right? I'm very clearly going to need just one more push. Ideally, specifically on Saint Tentretto, but basically I'm going to need just that one item that I read, or that one that one new book or something to sort of say, oh, hang on, I see what the connection is. So like we've had Tridesma Hira and we had Hill and Hollow, and the connections that those could be made with the Sister of the Triple Knot. This is this is kind of the nudge that I'm thinking of. But again, it's not a major concern right now. We're going to use the Shapt to make the Stimpfling happy. And we'll read the description for the Gullscry Tower. And it's an interesting question if I want to use the time to examine the rest of the tower, because I suspect the potted avidity and the dandelion wine are going to be consumed, so I wouldn't want to interact with those. But perhaps Valentine's Memorial and the Atlantic Amber are things I might be able to examine. So that's only 2 objects. I don't know. We'll see. Let's give it some time. Probably won't read any more books today, but... And to be honest, I didn't exactly need the honey, but we're trying to get some wax. Eventually, what I want to do is not just burn candles. When I get on my, like, let's take care of the consumables run, what I'm going to want to do is, like, make sure that I have replacements. So I think things like Shadowless Silk, those are kind of part of the house. I don't think I'm going to be able to regenerate those. But if I can do something like an Aglafotis scented candle, Those, I think this might be one actually. Yeah. I can actually make those, but Aglaophotis is kind of hard to get. So that's why I haven't been using this porphyrine yet. And basically, if I can just get the low-hanging fruit handled first, then I can sort of move on to the more advanced things and see what it tells me. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Hungry Stemfling hissing avidly. So talking... Whoa! Okay. Horizon sight. On a clear autumn day, the story goes, you can see Ys from the Watchman's Tower. I don't know whether that's true, but on a clear day in Numa, you could see The City Unbuilt by Brian Levinson. Okay. Now that opens some possibilities as well, because I'm pretty sure a horizon sight is an intermediate crafting item for most rose things. Interesting. Okay, let me write that down. And one nice thing is it's a persistent memory, so I don't need to worry about losing it. I don't need to worry about using that right away. Okay, we already got a hen's egg from when I thought the cockatoo was carnivorous, so satisfy this creature's appetite. And that is the last of the items. This is just a cage. This is a crafting station, so we can't really examine it. But the Gullscry Tower's room, Eel's room. Eels de Wolf inherited his father Valentine's madness and was found unfit to inherit. So his sister Ava held the isle in his stead. When his fits of violence became uncontrollable, he was confined here in the tower, where his sister would visit him 3 times a week until his escape sometime in the late 1720s. Eels' ultimate fate remains unknown. Now, depending on whether or not we hear the birds and the bells, this might actually be the last time that I... Yep. This is the last thing I can do. So maybe I'll read a book instead, because what am I really gaining by only doing part of this area, right? Well, actually, there is one thing I can test, and that's to see whether or not these are consumable. So my guess here is the avidity, the dandelion wine. I think the granite slab might have been something I added. I think these 3 will be consumable. This probably won't be, and I'm not sure about the Atlantic amber. But let's see. Analyze the substance. Yep, so not quite ready to... Not quite ready to give up the granite slab. Dissect. Yeah, we don't want to dissect the leaf. I don't think we need to drink a whole bottle of dandelion wine. We're not quite that desperate. Okay, so the amber does get... Oh, actually, you know what? I'm wondering if some of the recipes that I haven't been able to find could use amber, because there's definitely associations with the lantern there. Okay, I'll worry about that later. Valentine's Memorial. Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. So that means that the Gullscry Tower is completely investigated, which means we can now move on to the prison. I do wonder if this has something to do with the escape of a worm, or if this has something to do with the earthquake that allowed one of the single feet to escape. Valentine's Memorial. Valentine died 2 centuries ago. This stone is much newer, more like 2 decades old. Brian Levinson, 9th librarian of the house, often spoke of his sympathy for Valentine de Wolf. He commissioned this memorial stone in 1914. By the time it arrived, he had volunteered as a medical officer in the Great War. He never returned. He never saw this memorial, and it became his own. It's actually kind of neat that we run. Again, you never plan this stuff, but I like that this game allows these moments to come up a lot. I was talking about the different librarians and different figures that I find memorable, right? So you know how I find Ava and Valentine a little bit more memorable than, say, Gideon or Walter. How Thirza Blake is very hard to miss. And yet William Harries I always keep seeming to forget. I could point them out on the list. So for instance, here's Brian Levinson. But it is very interesting that as we're wrapping up tonight, I have a memorial and the discussion about how other librarians found certain figures more memorable than others, and how that sort of translates to that being here. It's just a nice little bookend. And that stuff happens a lot in this game. Gullscry Tower Summit. In 1721, Valentines fell or leapt from the tower top. There were no witnesses, and his body was not found for 3 days. His daughter Ava was the last to see him alive, and of their last conversations, she would only say that he had begun to fear the sun. So, let's carry on. I guess at this point here, we're just getting the Stimpfling back and letting the rest of the day run its course. So, in terms of what we have examined, we can now actually draw a box around the house like so. In fact, I could probably even include the seagull, or gull colony? No. So we could probably say something like this around the house in terms of non-consumable items examined. And so the natural next step, I think, probably is to examine the cucurbit. I actually didn't realize cucurbit was named after an alchemist part, because the only reference I've seen to cucurbit is cucumber, I believe. But we'll examine it. I know a number of these things will be consumed if I look at them, so I suspect this will be a quick run, but I'm very interested in a few objects, for instance, like the genealogical chart. I have a feeling that that's going to be telling us some details. And we do have a visitor, so let's at least see who the visitor is before we commit. Well, actually, that's going to take a minute. I do kind of want to know who the visitor is, but I also want to go to bed. So I think I'm going to leave that for Monday's stream. But here's the overall game plan. So my ideal is that we actually finish the affair of the particular Mystique, and that we get a visitor who knows Ramsund, so that I can get that last book with Newman. If it doesn't turn out that way, that's fine. You know, we can focus on making the visitor happy. We'll get another spin trio, which probably means we get another book later on in the season. Now, as far as books are concerned, the rest that I have would be Book of Dissolution. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we've already read this one. So 6, we can easily accommodate that. So the Arab, Trist, and Fet, that's 3. We could actually do those 3 and then the Foss. That still gives me the chance to pick up some, hopefully, beeswax from the beehive. So that finishes the Severn Chamber, which means that we are moving on to the... I mean, this is kind of an overflow section, but essentially all of these books deal with the Mansis. So the remainder of my reading, at least until I acquire new books, will be these last ones here. This is one of the reasons why I've been starting to progress through the house a little bit. So, as we do that, looks like we get sort of 2 rooms for free in the cucurbit. And I guess the question would be, what direction do I want to go? So in terms of things I can actually examine, I imagine it's just the chess set. which is one we've seen. Well, chess set, mop, and bucket. Again, I think these are things we've examined before. I think just about everything in the kitchen except for the mixing bowls will get consumed. And I think that's true of most of the things in the jail cellar as well. So in terms of things to investigate, there's actually not a whole lot in the lower parts of the jail. We're really looking for, the cells. I definitely want to see what the story is with Julian Cosley. Long, long man. In terms of, I'm sure there's going to be some details that we learn in that one. We don't get to investigate the chrysalids, unfortunately. But yeah, at least the two bottom cells have some items for us to check out. Naturally, I'll check out all the details here. I don't actually think we found what the loyal dog gives me. The real reward is definitely going to be examining the genealogical chart. So this told us who the new king was, but we didn't inspect it, which means that we will probably learn a little bit more. And of course, I have a feeling that that's going to relate to, at minimum, Old Copper Nose and the Softer Metal. And then, of course, there's the Sovereigns of the Leashed Flame and related subjects. So I have a feeling that might offer some insight. But at that point, we have seen St. Tryphon, and the rest, I suspect all of this is consumable. So I don't actually think we're at a point where I don't think we have that much to investigate in the prison until we start looking at consumables, which means we move on to that last section we were looking for, which is the caves, which is an exciting prospect for me because it means that I get to move on to the consumables. That'll be the last set of items for me to examine, and at that point we either kind of go hard on our crafting, or of course by then maybe we've learned a little bit more about the various books, so that we can start considering some others. But yeah, obviously what I just explained there is kind of a multi-session plan. But it's one of these things where there's a lot to do in terms of examination in the first parts of the house, but so much of this stuff is consumable. So by sort of the rules that I've imposed on myself for how to examine this stuff, we don't have as much as it might seem. Now, I never did wind up showing the Tree of Wisdoms. So I'm still holding off on committing these things. The holdup really is Pearl and Tide. So I'd like to learn a little bit more about that before we commit it. I should read these descriptions a little bit more. Feats and fights of forgotten things, the Carapace Cross, the line of Antaios, the world of the low red sun, though much is taken, much abides. Depths of the sea. So the idea of remnants and memories. And in fact, one of the appeals here is I believe there's the St. Tancredo by the sea in Cultist Simulator, which is swallowed up by the sea. So Pearl and Tide might be an interesting one for me to follow. But yeah, I mean, there's any number of absolutely insane theories I can put together to figure this stuff out, but I should probably be reading the descriptions of the skills a little bit more and see if I can relate those to the Carapace Cross or the individual the altar is dedicated to. But once I get Pearl and Tide up to a second level, I'll find out the sort of outcomes of the various memories. At that point, we can start committing a few more things to the Tree of Wisdoms. That gives us elements of the soul, and that gives us one of two important things. Either it gives us higher level elements of the soul, which means that I can see more Newman. Alternatively, it gives me lots of elements of the soul, and that means I can basically just consume more stuff. Both of those are good. I'll probably want to do the consume more and then create higher intensity elements of the soul, just because I can't undo an element of the soul. But a lot of that, again, is resting on being able to level up Pearl and Tide. And I was trying to hold off until we had that leveled up Pearl and Tide before I started using some of the Porphyryne to request a Pneuma. But I'm not opposed to doing that early, because we should be able to level up Pearl and Tide using some of the mechanics for Pneuma. But like I said, all of that is for the future. Thank you, everybody, for spending some extra time with me tonight. I know there was a bit of an interruption in terms of that extended break an hour in. I really, really like this game, and I like that you're all around to share it with me. So I am going to take a bit of time to see if I can find somebody streaming this to host. If I don't, I'm going to try and find someone to host for you. And okay, is anybody doing Cultist Simulator? Okay. It looks like Vesper Fortune is currently playing Cultist Simulator. So they're a VTuber. I've noticed there's a lot of those recently. But it is always nice to support something within games. So for those of you that were on the fence about Cultist Simulator or haven't seen it played, I have no idea who Vesper Fortune is, so I hope they're a good streamer. They are listed as 18 plus, so if you are a young'un who apparently really likes hearing me talk about Civilization for some reason, avert your eyes. But yeah, let's raid Vesper Fortune VT. Because at the very least, it does seem they're fairly far into Cultist Simulator, but this should at least give you a bit of an idea in terms of what that is like. So again, thank you everybody for watching. We'll be back with Book of Hours on Monday. By the way, the stream title is really weird because we never actually saw the ham, but apparently there is a ham update if we got to winter. So we'll get there eventually, but that is why I'm talking about the jambon. I know that's not how you pronounce it. In the title there, I wasn't sure what season it was. And thank you, Vanguard Master. Good luck with your game. I'm gonna try and play that before release. But we will. I gotta get some sleep. Anyways, please enjoy Vesper Fortune, and I'll see some of you Monday for Book of Hours. See some of you on Wednesday for Cobalt Core, and some of you in a week because, yeah, just like watching on Wednesday. Anyways, see ya.